Ninjas in pajamas, NIP. Solo kill on the top side. Nayo, the former LGD starter for a whole chunk of Split 2 in jungle for NIP. Doinby in the mid lane. Leave and Niket to round out Root, who I believed would be, going into the split, the team to beat in Group Nirvana.
Yeah, and I think we all did as well, Slayer. It's important to recognize that the EGD rise was sort of out of nowhere, and that NIP, probably coming into the season, were expected to be the top dogs, the best team that we can see and that we could put forward into the play-in stage. But there have been a couple of really underwhelming performances on the NIP side. I think that Leave that we were promised and the Leave that we've been receiving this split has been very underwhelming, and I think that with Doinby doing as much as he can in that mid lane, I think this is obviously still their key player, their star player. That hasn't really changed. If you're just sort of joining us for a random series on a Tuesday morning, the NIP mid laner is still very, very strong and one of the highlights of their composition. But the rest of the team somewhat letting them down for me.
Yeah, and some of that is expected. It's part of why you maybe expected them to play a bit slower than they did, was the fact that you bring in Nayo and Niket, obviously off rip, two younger guys, but then also they're coming into what I would label as, from a team dynamic standpoint, the two most impactful roles, right? Jungle and support, especially from a communication standpoint. Doinby's obviously going to be a loud voice, but jungle and support need to do a lot of talking. So the fact that their gameplay has been somewhat shanky and they still come out 6-1, hey, it could be a lot worse.
Yeah, it could be. And I want to highlight as well, we had a little interview, or we didn't have one, but there was an interview done with Nayo and sort of talking about what he brings to the team. First of all, he and Niket are actually very good friends off the Rift. They've been friends before they joined this NIP roster. They have that level of inbuilt synergy between the two of them, but that also Nayo actually is one of these players who brings a lot more early aggression to their role and to that team as well. So in the jungle, we know that there's somebody who's going to be looking to make plays that little bit earlier and somebody who's going to be making those aggressive moves. If it's profiting Doinby, then I think that's the NIP way to success.
Well, dude, we've mentioned 4 of the names from NIP, but the last one I do want to touch on, because it might not have been a Split 2 to Split 3 change here for NIP, but I would still argue from a dynamic standpoint, Solo kill versus Shanji is a very interesting talking point, and you can see kind of reflected on their 5 champions that they have shared some time on, with the meta being where it's at. But the point I want to talk about here, Rude Dude, is that Shanji for NIP in Split 2, it was, you got to put him on a weak side tank if you want reliable laning. Outside of that, it was a bit shaky, and Solo kill, I really think, gives this team a lot more of a dynamic edge, being, potent on the Gwen pick and the Abessa pick that notably Shanji did not win a single game on, including placements, by the way. He also played an extra Abessa game there and was 0-5.
Yeah, so the ability for NIP to use double solo lane carries, I think, is something that is going to be very heavily leveraged, especially in this series up against LGD. I think that Salsa has looked really weak, but Solo Kill has been one of those players actually coming into the NIP team that's actually been performing quite well and not necessarily been as much of a burden to the NIP squad as some others, and especially when he's been able to pull out games like Gwen, like Ambessa, and actually take the game into his own hands. It has been very impressive and actually very exciting to watch.
Yeah, it's been a treat, and it's honestly what I feel like NIP desperately needed, because obviously it's a bit of a different look now that Shanji's not here, or excuse me, Aki's not here either. But what I felt like NIP's struggle before was when Doinby, as good as he is, I do feel like now in his current form he has a bit more of a limited champ pool and effectiveness, and for a lot of Split 2, it felt like he was best on, picking up his Victor, but he would like to play the Galio a lot, and it would almost get to the point where NIP were playing these comps where it was like, I perfectly remember, you obviously would remember like the Leave Smolder in some of those playoff series where it's like, we play for Smolder or we lose. And there was games where they'd all in on him on Lucian, and that was part of the problem for NIP was Leave got a lot of scrutiny because he was playing these ADs that had to do all this damage work, and if he mispositioned a little bit, like the entire game's over. But now, even with Solo Kill here, you have the ability to play that Ambessa top, play that Gwen top. You take some pressure off of Leave as the AD carry to bring a lot of damage. You take more pressure off Doinby, where he can go play more supportive mid laners. I think that's been a real big boost, on top of the fact that they are now playing Group Nirvana, and the level of competition has dipped, I would label, drastically.
Yes, and I think rightly so. I do think that for NIP, the fact that they've got that carry potential in the top lane has definitely offered them more tools and more successes. Like we're talking about this in quite negative framing, at least in my my output. But they are 6-1, and I think that's really important. Is that the majority of the time they're still getting the results, and that we need to dignify that and respect that, because even in the series where they're struggling and where they go to 3 games and they maybe lose 1, they are still able to find that series win. And realistically, if they can stay in this top 2, I do think that they've got a really good shot at making it into the playoffs, not just the play-ins, because the top of Ascend, or the bottom of Ascend, I should say, are looking like they could be challenged in a series they may well lose.
And that's the fun part that's going to come for those play-ins, where they felt kind of like a formality of before. Now we're going to get some really fun, exciting series out of there. And well, we're winding down to close to be able to have some of these matchups. They're still a far ways away, but the way that EDG and NIP are separating themselves from the pack right now, it's almost a foregone conclusion by this point, Rude, that we could start at least saying we know who the 1-2 out of Group Nirvana matchup is going to be up against. Well, honestly, who we think is going to be the 7-8 matchup out of Group Ascend, the way the split has gone by this point.
Yeah, exactly. There's a very real possibility that those bottom 2 teams in Ascend end up staying at the bottom, and I think that for Nirvana as well, barring any drastic EDG colossal mess-ups, they will be absolutely fine. And they should look to probably take the top spot. If these 2 teams, it's worth saying, if NIP and EDG go into the postseason at 9-1, for example, let's say they trade wins, and the NIP takes the second round robin, the EDG are most likely to still come out as first place, just because they went 10-0 through the entirety of their first round robin, and the expectation for NIP to do that is a little bit too high. But we've got 2 teams that look really, really strong at the top, and I think that what I was missing from last split was a competitive play-in stage. It really felt like a formality that we had to play these play-in games to determine, yes, Ascend is better than Nirvana, but this time around that's not the case. Nirvana actually has something to battle up against, and I do think that with NIP and with EDG as well looking as positive as they do, we could see some good stuff.
And in the present day, obviously, welcome into the LGD home arena for our matchup. And Group Nirvana in the present... sorry, the NIP home arena. I've been thrown off.
It's Shenzhen NIP.
Yeah. You know what? That's my bad on that one. It's because this is one of those fun times where we have 2 teams matching up, Rude, that both actually do have their own arenas. That doesn't happen too often with the lesser amount of arenas we got. LGD, NIP. It's happening today. We'll get WE. Yeah. Or do LGD not have one? All right, now I'm just getting exposed for not knowing any LPL lore by this point.
Either way, the NIP Gyos to start the game, Slayer, we're hoping for lots, especially with the fan prowess, right? Like, if you're in your home arena, you're hoping to see those start of the games be a little bit exciting. I remember watching one of the NIP series last time, and that was really quiet.
Thank you, Kai. Yep, I switched my L teams. It is LNG that is the one sporting their own arena. So my bad, LGD fans, indeed, as they will hit the stage here.
Not your bad, LGD fans. LGD fans, get your own arena.
Ah, okay. Good way to spin it. I like it. We're protecting our ego and deflecting. Thank you. Yeah, that's a good co-caster. That's a good beard bro. As we are getting set here for this game on Draft Root, I do want to kind of chat with you because I know we spent a little bit of time on 25-15, but I do want to get your take on how you think it's going to impact specifically support pool by this point. We haven't seen it take too much of a hit on some of those engaged supports, but I still feel like there's some room for some enchanter expressibility, knowing Braum, Alistair, Ral have taken slight to major tank hits to their kits.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing that happened was that they lost armor for the most. I know Braum lost his armor as well, so that doesn't necessarily give as much rise to a lane bully like a Karma coming out, for example. But it really does make it so that if they miss position, that they do get punished a lot more, that those auto attacks coming through from ADs are going to be a lot more painful and a lot more punishing in these early stages. Unfortunately though, Slayer, I do really just value the role that they provide, and I think that having an engaged support frees up the rest of your composition. You know, the amount of times that we'll have been playing bot lane, and then we'll just look at what our team composition is, and we've got Senna support, Teemo top lane, and we're just thinking, well, my jungle and my mid laner have taken kindred interest. Like, you know, you have this composition of needing some sort of engage, and support is just the easiest to plug and play it with. The beauty of Fearless, I think, at the minute, in best of threes, is that it's not actually pinching the pool too hard. You still have engage supports for the most part, but when we get to those best of fives, if you get to game number 5, that's when you've actually got to think, okay, we can't draft engage and support anymore. There are none left. So jungle, top lane, you're up. This is your turn to now be the front line.
Not there just yet. It's also going to be fun by the time we get those best of 5s for Rudu, because we're going to be talking about a whole different role, not to get too ahead of ourselves, on 25-16. That patch, I'll let you guys explore on your own, but I'll tell you now, jungle, about to blow up. So we'll get into those conversations later down the line for best of 5s. For now, we have our game 1 draft going, NIP on that blue side, and they're going to ban away Azir, Yone, Yunara. So I'm already feeling like a quality jungler is going to slip through here, Rude Dude, with the way LGD are banning if you are Nayo picking B1 here.
Yeah, and you know, with Varus having to be taken off the board, though, we've still got the likes of the Vi open and available. I'm, you know, not necessarily as inclined for a Vi B1, but Gwen and Rumble still open, Trundle still available as well. So there are a lot of choices moving into this draft, and for LGD, they already see the Gwen get locked in. We talked about this for NIP and for Solo Kill in particular. The fact that they have a carry top laner now does give them more tools, does give them this chance to play through not just their bot lane, not necessarily funneling everything into Leave, but having Solo Kill be a threat as well.
All those junglers got left up too, right? We only really lost Pantheon. So Wukong is going to be the turn, one of the most popular junglers right now in the meta. And yeah, I would like to see this Galio come across, because you could, I think, like you mentioned, Sasa's been in a weaker spot. Why not try just nullify this Gwen lane? Why not try and be a threat for the Gwen as an AP bruiser? It's not going to be the way Sasa goes, so he's going to go here for the Jax, and we have a pretty combat-friendly top side set up for this game 1. And like we've talked about, Rude Dude, even if it's weaker early, I still feel like Solo Kill is in prime position to make this a problem.
Yeah, and I do really think that with the Gwen locked in first, it's such a highly prioritized pick that these team fights now become really tricky for LGD. I do like the fact that they've taken Wukong off the board, but this gives NIP the opportunity to take their pick of those next premier junglers. We've still got Trundle open and an early Galio lock in here for Doinby. You talked about this in the pre-show, Slayer, as well. This heavily incentivizes us to put all of our eggs into the Leave basket. And that's one that hasn't necessarily yielded as much fruit as I might have liked in this split. So my eyes are once again on to Leave. What are you going to take? Are you going to be the threat for this series? Are we going to see a Leave smolder in game 1? Are we going to get to see some of that late game scaling put into effect?
We'll have to see. But with the Rise locked in here for Doinby, kind of calls the bluff that XQW not going to ever try and venture in an AD pick here. With the Jax having some AP ratio and the Rise, Doinby's Galio does garner a lot of value here in this draft. And it's time to start pitching those AD carry pools. I wouldn't be surprised if we just banned Super Scalers from LGD. Senna's the first one. Would you maybe want to throw a Smolder ban by this point? It might incentivize Leave to play that Lucian aggressive bottom lane with Niket. Braum also is going to be left open likely unless LGD ban it here. So kind of your pick of the litter here if you're Leave. Not too much of your pool really going to be pinched, even if you do lose a marksman on the second turn.
And importantly as well, we've still got things like Kai'Sa available, and I think that for NIP, that's going to be a really big pick if Leaf can get his hands on it. Look at the dive that the Vi is going to give you. It's also a really good denial pick away from Savior. One of the few AD carries that can, you know, just buy his Zhonya's and nullify what Vi looks to accomplish. Instead, they go for the Xayah, they go for the Sivir as well. So two champs that are really good at stopping that Vi aggression. And it does give LGD this opportunity to take their AD carry first. The Lucian locked in, and now NIP have this choice. What do they want to play into this? You can't really take a Kai'Sa for fear of being bullied out of the lane. So something that can go toe-to-toe in that laney phase is more expected from NIP. But then we start to get concerns. Is Corki that late game hyper carry that you're looking for in these team fights? Or is he something that can get to two items and really shell out damage? But much past that, we start to struggle a little bit.
Maybe going to try and hand off that late game duty toward Solo Kill. The ability you get with Gwen up at this B1 pick here. Maybe we'll see a Rel come across here. That's the most common pairing you do end up getting with this Corki. Niket, we'll see if he goes towards that. Really, any pick of the litter of your engaged supports is going to be left up.
Yeah,
None of them really taken away.
Still there as well. I think Alice is actually really solid versus things like Wukong and versus your Jaxes as well, just to punt them away. But instead, NIP, they're going for this full-on dive setup. We've got effectively 5 members that can get access to the backline if we value leave Valkyrieing forward. But this is now, I mean, a really big burden of execution for NIP, where they have to get a bit of a snowball going in the early game, because if they don't and they fall behind, they're just going to engage into death immediately, as the Ryze can scale up, the Lucian not going to be afraid of dashing out of danger, and I think the Wukong as well with that Cyclone going to be able to provide a good amount of disengage. So NIP want to get the ball rolling, want to try and make some semblance of plays early on before LGD eventually get to that side lane and to that 1-3-1 as well, importantly for LGD, where Ryze and Jax in a side lane probably going to start to take over.
I'm glad you brought up that side lane threat, because that is what stood out to me the most. And while there are some very fair worries for this NIP composition that you pointed out, the scaling, the side lane inefficiency to really stack up against LGD, I like that, knowing where our two teams are at, looking at their records, factoring that into the draft. NIP are playing a comp that is going to look to be aggressive, skirmish heavy, and snowbally. A team that's playing as good as NIP are up against any team that isn't EDG, you got to be excited for that, knowing that they're playing with the confidence, looking to come out game one, racing out the gate.
And I think importantly as well, one of my highlights that I've been looking at through these Nirvana teams is actually how early those junglers can come online. I think importantly, when you've got a Vi who can gank from level 3, you've got the versatility there to make plays early on. But a Wukong needs level 6. It's just a little bit longer and it takes just a little bit more time for our Wukong to make something, aggressive happen. And that's when you do look to Nio, a player who himself has said he's an early game aggressive jungler. Can you put that into action and try and find something before that level 6 marker comes through?
And there always is a little bit more at stake here for Nio in this matchup. Always like to make sure and reflect on it. If you remember Group Nirvana last time round, it was Climber who came into that placement series, the last series LGD got. They bench Nio, they lose, and he now moves on to better and brighter pastures. So matching up against that same juggler that took away his chance at the play-ins is always a big stake in the series. There was some bite back from the LGD fans. It wasn't
a smattering of the LGD support. Yeah.
So that's always nice to see here. I do like to see. Interesting, we always talk about this AI tracker. It's always funny to me at the bottom here, Rude Dude, because I feel like it's actually diametrically opposed to what you were talking about. It favors the NIP team that was completely reflective. I got thrown off by red-blue side. So they're kind of with you that LGD are going to kind of outscale this game as it goes on.
And I do think as well that if LGD are able to sort of stay the course through this early game, right, they're going to be able to get to level 6 on Climber and give this Wukong a little bit of time and maybe make it so that those team fights can be quite powerful. You can already see a little bit of the power of the Nico here. Niket looking to position aggressively, try and use that Comet to bully out early on, but you just used your Q and now YCX is looking aggressive.
He's going to have to flash out of the crash down immediately. Good use of presence from this Rel, not pulling the trash down trigger until he knew a flash would have to be given. And now he's going to flash forward with level 2 nearby. Savior, a couple more autos. Leave us a barrier, but one more auto from the birthday boy himself. Going to grab first blood, and the flash out from Savior means the LGD do not trade themselves back first blood.
Okay, so 300 gold onto the Rel here. A little bit of pocket change for Lucian as well. Double summoner spells burned by almost everybody. Just Niket holding onto the flash. Really important mechanical play down on this bot side. NIP missing out on crucial spells. Phosbomb went wide from lead. Niket missed 2 of those Qs. And importantly, it's LGD who are able to punish Savior, constantly looking, constantly poking and probing in this laning phase. It's going to generate that small advantage. Now Climber has been spotted here. That ward going down indicates to Nio that something's happening, but he's got no prior from his solo lanes.
And Climber used the Trickster to smite away the Wolf over the wall. has much more HP on his side, and Doinby is jailed under his turret way too low to be able to move. He's going to lose the big wolf. He's going to lose virtually his entire top side here, Rude Dude.
Yeah, and importantly as well, we talked about the fact that this NIP composition is the one that wants to get off to the races. The fact that LGD are already starting to invade, beginning that snowball, is pretty telling. Climber now walks down into the bot side. He might spot the Vi on this blue buff, but again, it's all about how much control his laners have. Look at the bot lane push. Niket and Leave have got complete control over it. Nayo, though, able to come on in, finds himself a quick smite secure, and now Climber trying to root out the Vi in this bot side, but again, he's got no prior on bot side. Savior and YCX not really able to get in.
Yeah, YCX is chunked very low, just trying to get towards that tribe rush, so they usher Nayo out. Is sitting on a ward, and Climber is still going to come out much further ahead here. Sees Nayo on that bot side, it's going to guarantee him the double crab, and he'll be able to loop back around to maybe get his wolves. I do like this read from Nayo, knowing a reset feels pretty bad here, so he's going to try and steal the Gromp, but that's actually pulled Climber off of that double crab. He's now looking to collapse onto Nayo, who has a lot less protection this far up in the jungle. Crash down, double stun layer. Nayo's going to have to flash and Vault Breaker away and lose even more XP, gold, and camps.
Yeah, so Climber comes out heavily on top, right? He didn't steal away the blue buff on the top side quadrant from NIP, but importantly, he's able to defend the majority of his bot side and also burn the flash from Nayo as well. Will be accelerated toward that level 6 marker, gets to go back to base when the Vi probably wants to clear her camps, and importantly as well, those camps aren't going to be cycled. This is still a level 1 Gromp that is going to be on that top side, so not going to get as much experience necessarily from those camps as NIP might have liked. Climber, like you say, going to be able to secure the double crab, and with that, you can tell a little bit more priority needed around this top side, and with those jungle camps being lost and not fought for, the bot lane, importantly, of NIP have moved their way out to the top lane, potentially to give Nayo a little bit of support, and more importantly, to make sure that Sasa in this top lane doesn't you know, continue to, what I wouldn't say bully the Gwen by any means, but can have give the Gwen a bit of more free time, as Sasa got the counter pick in this matchup.
But the big takeaway, like you were alluding to a bit earlier, Rudu, is point out before we got into the game that Nayo had the better timer pre-level 6 on the Vi compared to the Wukong. That's virtually nullified. He has to spend all this time catching up on camps, and by the time he's in a decent spot, having reset through for the first time, Climber very well might have the Cyclone up, and he's already looking to capitalize prior to that moment with the swap coming out, as you alluded to. He's got 2v1 on the bot side, so this is a free dragon for LGD. The comp that we expected to be better later on is much better in these early stages, and that is worrying for Ninjas in Pajamas.
And actually, I'm quite happy to see LGD take this. I think that this is something that I've been missing from teams, is that when these lane swaps come through, we're not seeing appropriate advantages taken. So frequently, I think it should just be quite easy to take the dragon with your bot laners, having prio down there, and it's so infrequently done. Sasa, though, looking to be pressured on this top side. Remember, the Vi level 5 has got that CC as solo kills Justing 6.
Yeah, I mean, YCX is nowhere near here. Savior completely out of position, and now the dive's going to come across on Sasa. They're going to teleport out from YCX with that spell book, so he's going to cover the dive, but again, should have never sacrificed Savior on the bot side.
No, and I guess the theory here from Savior is, well, my jungler's nearby, he can come and help me, but Climber was committed to that dragon, right? It spent so long doing it, and solo kill just really wisely going for that attempted play and making the most of it. You can see he's coming out very heavily on top in this side or in this lane swap, and yeah, they lost the dragon, but they've now got a Gwen who's up 500 gold, is going to be probably fine for a long time in this lane versus the Jax now. With a couple stacks on the Dark Seal, those plated steel caps picked up as well. Really nothing to worry about for solo kill until 3-4 items have come through, and Sasa might then be able to start to fight back.
And now NIP with this grub timer, you're going to get the ultimate out of, Nayo, online soon with the Vault Breaker. You're going to get Doinby with the global presence, and most importantly, curious to see if Niket can tick over to level 6, because like we talked about, NIP are going to be pretty skirmish heavy and skirmish dominant with this Galio, especially this Galio versus Ryze. You need to give the Ryze a lot more time, so a grub fight you would favor NIP, but the flash down from YCX is going to immediately trade, leaves flash back out. His flash has just been on timer this entire game so far.
And importantly, look at that mid lane as well. Look at that movement immediately. They were looking for a dive on that top side, but they know that if Doinby spots it, he can just go with the ulti as well. Make sure that there's a bit of support. And unfortunately for LGD, they're not able to fully capitalize. Would have liked to have seen them dive on that top side and really bully leave out. But not going to be the case. There's a bit of movement up toward these grubs now coming through. Going to be a 4 versus 4 as neither top laner in the area, but Solo Kill does have that teleport if he wants to join in, if NIP want to really contest.
Level 6 up for leave here. Bold AD carries having Fall Breaker into the pop loss, but they're going all in. NIP are diving on a Climber, and there's no way for LGD to get in the pit, even with the Galio threat ultimate. That's exactly the snap engage you want to see out of NIP.
Yeah, everybody's just terrified, unfortunately, from LGD, right? Their composition not necessarily the greatest at going for those engages. They want to be set up. They want to be able to move in as a sort of collapse with ICX on one side, Climasasa on another, but now Nio not spotted the rest of LGD.
Okay. CW gonna look for the collapse. He's gonna flash in the room present, but it doesn't get the snare, only the snow. So luckily YCX is a double stun layered. Doinby as well. No mana, no way to help Nio out, and the Vault Breaker is gonna be canceled by the birthday boy, who desperately and is gonna gift the kill over to Savior. YCX is willing LGD, even in this game, all across the map.
Yeah, and a little bit too much there from Nio, especially when he can consider that if he'd have just played a little bit safer, he's got his own camps to go to take, that advantage doesn't need to be given over. Now he burns his flash, he loses out on a little bit of time also. Both of our junglers here certainly struggling in their own regards. Climber using his clone a little bit early around the grubs to, not really get himself out of danger. Nio actually has recovered very well in this jungle matchup. We talked about the fact that he was set quite far behind off of that initial clear, but that dragon take for Climber took him so long that it gave Nio all the time he needed to catch back up and to become relevant once again.
Rudu, we talked a lot about a very interesting jungle game for both of our junglers when it comes to pathing, prioritization of some of these neutral objectives, and, well, there is one place that all of you guys at home can learn a bit more from some of the best junglers that around the world that have to offer. That is our awesome sponsor, ProDiff, that we want to shout out. If you want to learn from some of the best in the LTA, you've got the ERLs and NACL as well. Make sure to take a look out at ProDiff. Use the code LPL10 to get some off of your purchase there and learn from the best. So we want to shout them out as we've had such intriguing jungle gameplay in our first game in Group Nirvana.
Yeah, and I think that looking at the ability of Nio and Climber to continue to impact this game and the impact that they end up having will be instrumental. I do want to highlight, though, that I think that this side lane setup for NIP is very winning. I mean, the Jax into the Gwen has a pretty decent time of things because he can just chase down the Gwen and normally wins out in that side lane, maybe not when there's a 1,000 gold deficit. But the Galio can kite out the Jax quite well. And that's same to be said for the top side as well. Gwen can immune a lot of the damage of the Rise using that W to make sure that XQW in this situation can't be as aggressive. So while the lanes are like this, I actually really favor NIP to be able to continue to find advantages as XQW, no flash.
And this is what you want to see, using the Vi across the map to punish these side lanes. And how great is that they're able to get the kill on the Solo Kill. Now up over 1,000 gold in this top side for Ninjas in Pajamas.
And this is what we're looking for out of NIP, is to put gold into the Gwen. We highlighted in the draft that they may look to put a lot of gold into Leave. Well, actually, the Corki, not your super late game scaler. Who have we got in the game that's going to do that? Well, it's the Gwen, and actually Solo Kill now finds his second kill. He's going to get Solo first brick on the top side, and he should now be able to be very propelled into this mid game. We've got a dragon that is now live. I think that by the grace of NIP, they're going to give this one and allow LGD to take it, but any neutral objectives coming up, this Gwen is absolutely monstrous. We'd like to see her really go and contribute now to the team and actually look to be aggressive.
But also, Rudud, on top of that, how much of a bane is an accelerated Gwen to how LGD want to play this game? Mainly side lanes, right? That one part of the comp with the Rise and Jax that you talked about being such a strength for LGD later. Now, I mean, you can't reliably leave anybody to 1v1 side lane to get Solo Kill for a very long time, if not the rest of the game, the way Gwen works.
Yeah, it's definitely now questionable for LGD, and I think that importantly, right, the Jax pick here is ideal for late game and that you should be able to punish the Gwen at parity later on. The issue is that getting to that stage and getting to a point where Sasa is even on gold is going to be so difficult.
Yeah, 1.8k down by this current moment, and there's no signs that solo kill will slow down whatsoever. Swap counter towards that bot side because NIP want to see if they can claim themselves another outer tier 1. Or, more importantly, try and set themselves up to stop this Drake stacking of their own, if they can. Dragon's still about 3.5 minutes out, but that is a big win con that LGD are going to have to try and lean on playing for. But this comp, I feel, still needs some time before it can really start punishing with some of these fights up against NIP. With the snap engage and the layering of CC they have, they're just not quite even close to having XQW online either to be a huge threat.
A little bit of trading in the mid lane. Now they're looking for solo kill.
Yeah, you can just use the Realm Warp to bring a 1 versus 3 into solo kill, and they're committing all these ultimates to try and kill off solo kill, but he nearly and should not find that trade, but boy, it got close. And now Nayo is going to cease and desist commit on top of Sasa with Doinby here as well. He's going to commit the hero's entrance, gets the knockup, should be able to layer the taunt, and we trade both of our top laners out, but that is more of a win for LGD on this half.
It is. Getting the shutdown on the Gwen is actually really important, and I think that really good spacing as well out of both of our teams. Climber just able to, by the skin of his teeth, not go down. It's actually very, very important. The fact that you don't trade 1-for-1 there is just a net positive for LGD. They're able to get a little bit of time now down on that bot side, and getting the shutdown, I guess, is a very important part. For Climber, though, him getting that little bit of gold puts him hopefully a little bit closer to the VAR. You can see that gold disparity really starting to open on up. But it's just an attempt onto solo kills life one that is ultimately successful. You know, they don't waste any time. They commit everything to this. And they are able to just barely take out solo kill without any repercussions. You can see 3 ultis committed onto 1. And I think without Triumph there, or maybe the level up, there would have been a different story that we would be telling.
And I hate to say, unless you keep knocking this Gwen down over and over, it's going to get a lot harder to kill off that Gwen, even 1 versus 3 by this point. NIP, though, in current time are going for a Rift Herald that LGD are looking to collapse on. No top laners would teleport except for solo kill. If he wants to join this, NIP can get a 5 versus 4, but Doinby is going to go right after XQW, gets the taunt, and now everybody else for NIP commits. A Pop Blossom onto 2. Nayo on the back line as well. Solo kill's going to TP in, but it's Climber to secure the Herald, but can he get towards the eye? Because NIP are cutting off his escape angle, and they're going to take YCX down with him. Flash taunt comes across from Doinby. Even Climber will not survive. Sure, you smite away the Rift Herald, but you come away with nothing.
And you're empty-handed as well. You get the smite, you get the XP, but you don't get the bonus from taking any turrets. Yes, the tier 1 on this bottom side will fall. It's going to be a bit of gold into Sasa, but I do think that for LGD, that's probably the weakest area of the map to put that money. With NIP finding 2 kills there, and with a lot of summoner spells being burned, the flash on Rise, YCX as well having to exchange his flash. This is another massive win for NIP, and that gold lead continues to grow. Again, look how this team fight starts off. It's NIP retracting when they need to, and then just that pink ward in the bush. XQW gets engaged on, and really, he has flashed this whole time. He should be looking to flash much, much sooner. He's already out of this fight. If he'd have flashed early, he could have contributed to this, and maybe looked to skirmish his way out with the rest of his team. We see Leave able to get some really good damage onto Savior as well, who's not joined up with his squad. Means that the Lucian, completely isolated, has to dash over the wall and can't contribute either. Just the way that these team fights are taken, not really well played by LGD, and you know, once again, it's those issues that we highlighted in the pre-show, that when it comes to these hands checks, they've got the right ideas about how or what they want to do, but how they're going to do it is just completely missing.
Never more apparent. I'm glad that you pointed out with that XQW flash. And speaking on XQW as the main range here for LGD, I want to give a bit more credit that maybe we didn't see in the draft from NIP's approach, especially with this Nico pick. With Lucian in here and the Rise pretty far behind the ball, still needing time with the Roa and the Seraphs, these ults, the Vi ult, the Nico ult, the Galio ult, they all can really layer a low-range CC composition from LGD that right now is going to try and take up this Dragon. They do get over to Ocean Soul Point. Coling's going to come down on the lead, but there's the Galio coming through with the knockup to stop Sasa mid-dash. Nayo's going to go down alongside Niket, though, so it has to be solo kill with this needle work, getting rid of these low health bars. Leave can't get close enough, and they're going to realm warp about 10 feet forward, but it's enough to get LGD all on the same page and allow for Savior to push out the damage. Flashes, executes onto solo kill, and now it's just Doinby and Lee with no way out and no way to trade any of those blinking health bars.
Completely against the run of play. It's 3 kills for LGD and the Dragon. NIP just sleeping at the wheel here. We highlighted that they should be looking to take fights around the next Dragon all those minutes ago. But solo kills late to the party. NIP are completely just spread to the wind. Nayo had started this off, but he gets caught out. Sasa actually doing really well to push the Vi away and stop bullying out Nayo the second that Sasa sees. As soon as he queues over the wall, LGD know that they've got this window to burst down the Dragon, and then the fight afterwards ensues. But NIP's composition wants to go forward. They use the Galio ulti defensively. Nayo gets caught out because he's not got the team and the Galio ulti on top of him. Solo kill isn't in the front line either, and that Nico ulti not quite making that access to the back line just gives Savior actually a lot of free time here. The flash into Relentless Pursuit, he's able to find one quick pickup, and in fact, with LGD having been so torn to the wind and so focused on what we thought would be a split push composition, finding those kills in a 5 versus 5 puts LGD right back in a good position for this game.
It's hilarious that I was about to talk about how susceptible LGD's low-range draft is to these combos from NIP, and what do they do in the fight right after, Rude Dude? They are able to actually space out those ultimates, desync them, and like you called out, actually take the gold lead, have a huge win con for themselves, and maybe now's where we really feel like LGD could settle into this 1-3-1 we highlighted from draft.
And unfortunately for NIP as well, we're about to reach probably critical mass for the Corki. The Galio is working his way towards that second item as well, so hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more presence from Doinby in these fights, but he's playing Galio at the end of the day. He's a setup machine for the rest of his squad. Leave now just taking over to that Muramana. Corki with the Trinity Force, and Muramana is a power spike as old as Corki himself, really, has been so notorious for these two specific items. But from here, Corki not necessarily getting stronger, but he doesn't exactly get, you know, as well off into the game as other AD carries. He struggles a lot with being able to get damage down. If you think about a Corki trying to auto-attack versus XQW, who's just chain-loading overloads into him, it's not a fight that he's going to win.
But here we go, the pick potential. Savior, great dash, get out of the hero's entrance, and Sasa again marking Nayo, but the flash fall breaker with the taunt layering, that gets Leave enough time to put the damage down, and Savior's going to drop off the map. Nothing really on the top side for LGD to bleed over, but again, picked off at the wrong point.
And it is really disappointing. This is so frequent from Savior, and now YCX in trouble as well.
Yeah, he gets caught out of his crash down. He's got a flash, but the flash after him, Niket gets the double pop blossom into the Tangle Bark root. Double TP's coming across, but Sasa's not coming into a happy party. He is coming in late to the shebang, and he's going to have to flash dash himself back out. Realm Warp to backpedal even further from LGD, and now with 2 grubs, NIP can knock down the mid-turn, and look what they can go for on the bot side.
Yeah, the Atacon just now spawned, and for NIP, that could be their prize. 2 recalls coming through, it looks like, in that bot side River Brush, so they're going to take a little bit of time to spend all that gold, come back out onto the map as strong as possible. But it's another instance for LGD where Savior just on in a wave where he really can't be. Look at the mini-map. There's nobody there supporting him, and Vi can pop out of any brush. And what's worse is he actually disengages this well. Just run away. Stop trying to do DPS when your team aren't in the fight. He's just wasting so much of his time. He could have been walking further, and instead he ends up getting picked off as well. Then YCX on the back half of this, going for a ward that he has absolutely no purpose going for. Just thinking that the maneuverability of Morel is going to be able to get him out to safety. He ends up wasting XQW's flash as well, as the Rise needs to get out to safety. And Sasa TP's in, he ends up getting almost obliterated. Thank you, Climber, for being able to walk in for a leap strike. But LGD, again, just as we start to praise them for doing so well and doing something positive, it's NIP that bounced back.
You know what, Rude Dude? The easy takeaway we can have, no matter what these two teams have done in Game 1, it's just group. things. Frustrating, but boy, is it entertaining. You want to know what's even more entertaining? A 23-minute Ocean Soul threat from LGD and Otacon just a couple paces away.
Yeah, Climber, you can see sniffing. I think the NIP doing a pretty good job at routing the Wukong for now. Sasa.
Oh, but they're engaging. There's Climber, but he goes for the knock-up on a Niket. He doesn't have any support, so he actually has to bow out of this fight. That's the Cyclone down already. And
this is not winnable anymore.
Yes.
They've just wasted Wukong engage. It's no ulti on the Climber as well. If he goes in, it's a one-way trip. Maybe sacrifice him to try and find a steal. Sasa still has flash, so he might be able to look for an engage on a flank angle. Look at the Jax flanking.
He's got to go now, though. He wants to stun Nio to get Climber in here, but the Pop Blossom is going to grab 3 members on top of the cease and desist over onto Climber. The hero's entrance not going to get the kill, but it doesn't matter because Climber flashed into his own death. Sanso's looking for the trade onto Niket, but that's just the support. The whole kit and caboodle going over to NIP with one more Vault Breaker. Savior has a couple dashes left, but just a ticket towards the Death Realm. Ace over to NIP.
And another massive Nico gain here in Group Nirvana. It just keeps on happening. Niket takes it, finds a triple knockup with the Pot Blossom, stops Climber from getting in, stops LGD from taking the Soul, and secures NIP. Purchasing this game, secures them the Atacon as well after another Goliath fight.
We talked about it, this bottom lane was brewing for a big swing in this game. Boy, if NIP knocked it out of the park here. You called it out, the Otacon, they stopped that win con for the next 5 minutes, and most importantly, it's the gold that they get in this play. As, like you mentioned, LGD really felt like having no business sticking around by this point.
Yeah, and yes, Sasa's going for a flank here, but he takes so long to get there that NIP actually just goes straight through the front. Niket able to find, I think it's just 2 with the clone in there, but able to really work through the LGD health bars. And you can see Sasa doing as much as he can on the Jax, but again, the target selection not necessarily the greatest. He's just trying to make the most of the bad situation. He'd already taken down Corki. But this is all too familiar for Leave in particular as well, where he's actually getting focused as not necessarily the biggest carry. In this game, I hold tab, I look at the scoreboard and I go, Gwen, we need to kill solo kill. The Corki is not the big deal. I'm looking at a level 15 fighter with 6 stacks on the Dark Seal and the ability to tear through my entire team versus Corki, who's got good poke damage but not nearly the same contribution in a team fight. That needs to be the focus for LGD.
And what's the problem now, Rude Dude? Seeker's Arm Guard, which I know is a one-time use, but what does that build into? A Zanya's, which makes any sort of engage on a comp from LGD that's really not that great at burst. It was really burst-oriented, punishing a Zanya's purchase here from Solo Kill. I think that's going to be huge. What's even bigger, this setup around Baron. Thank you to our observers. Look how dark the Baron pit and the subsequent jungle is right now for LGD.
And importantly as well, what did we talk about in the draft for these compositions? What benefits did they have and how did they want to play these games out? NIP was all about 5 versus 5. For LGD, we talked about the side lane and the power that a Jax and a Ryze are going to have in the late game. But when we look at these 5 versus 5s, it's not necessarily as good as what NIP have got to offer. So if we keep seeing these skirmishes around the 5 versus 5s, you can just keep expecting to see NIP come out on top. If they execute on their game plan and find those engages, NIP can just dive forward, pick out a target, take them down. XQW has got flash available, but I think you still get chain CC between Violty, between Nico knockups and everything, that you can expect to see NIP force around these objectives. Now TP's coming in, it's a YCX spellbook, but we're waiting to see what those side lanes can do for LGD. Now, XQW can't actually play on sides.
It's a double engage on the 2 opposite sides. It's Climber that's get jumped. It's the Pop Blossom from Niket to hold the rest of LGD at bay. But NIP don't want to take a fight on 2 fronts. They've now used all their engage. Leaves gonna have to dash out. Here. Cyclone goes down. They're going all in for Nio, but Solo Kill. Look at him on the top side of this fight, holding 3 members of LGD at bay, and he's just gonna take one down with him. Solo Kill diff for Ninjas in Pajamas in game 1.
And Sasa Climber go into the backline. They can't find access. The complete spread from LGD gives them no chance in that fight. And now Solo Kill, we saw this at level 6. Are we going to see it again later on?
Doesn't have the needle work, but Savior is playing a dangerous game. Nonetheless, it's just a distraction from Solo Kill. It's going to be Baron onto all 5 members of NIP as they are going at a torrential pace for a Nexus explosion.
Yeah, and NIP here, they fluffed the first engage. You highlighted it that it's onto 2 different sides. Niket goes one way, we see Nio go another, and actually LGD, they're able to stave off this aggression. But then Sasa comes in and Solo Kill comes in as well. Look at this ramp and how it's just a complete split between the two sets of front lines. Solo Kill is able to single-handedly hold back 3 members of LGD, where the 2-man band of LGD diving forward, Sasa Climber, get melted. Completely different, and the power of this Gwen, this B1 pick that we highlighted, it's coming home to roost, Slayer, and this is why you take it.
And even though this is Group Nirvana, where it's not as big a level as play compared to Group Ascend for NIP, Solo Kill is showing why he gives this Ninjas in Pajamas roster such a different edge no matter who they are going against.
As we see with that Baron buff in tow, the side lane priorities of LGD completely minimized. No real chance for them to get any access to these turrets to try and take anything down. And we highlighted him in the pre-show for a reason, that Solo Kill 4.2 thousand gold up over his counterpart. Looking on these side lanes, Solo able to take these tier 2s. You can see Climber lurking in the wings, attempting to see if there's a timer to engage, but ultimately LGD have to sacrifice that tier 2, and Leave with the blue wall doesn't
they
spot
gotta go
it.
now if they want to, but leave, dash, and flash. Perfect, and now they
Oh
with the Realm Warp XQW! What? You can't commit to that Realm Warp once everybody gets out, and now it's just a disaster. NIP smell blood in the water, and they're gonna hunt for it. Diving after Savior. Solo Kill doesn't care about turrets. He just cares about snipping away at his scissors on any LGD member that gets too close for comfort. Sasa stasis, not gonna matter. Solo Kill is gonna grab himself another kill for NIP, and they're just gonna wrap this game up with a neat little bow at about 29 minutes.
The LGD handshake once again as XQW throws his life and throws game one, as it's NIP secure themselves the win here. Start off this series as they mean to continue. Game number one to the Ninjas.
In classic Nirvana fashion, it may have not even been that clean from NIP at points, but a win's a win, and most importantly, I think, Rudu, to reflect on here is no matter what little mistakes we see NIP make in the early game, maybe into the mid-game phase, this team just feels so lethal in those later stage fights and setups.
Yeah, and I think importantly that the LGD side didn't necessarily have an idea of how they were going to look to play out these side lanes. They had this real identity crisis of, well, we need to play these side lanes and try to get to a point where Jax can kill Gwen and where the Ryze can handle a Galio. But they got pushed so far behind early on that they never had that chance, they never had that opportunity, and that Nio on this Vi actually really did push the pace of the game through the mid game. I think that the Ninjas actually did a really good job at looking for those picks on the side lane. I remember seeing XQW caught out at least once in that top lane to the Vi, Savior dying in the mid lane as well, and that's just the power that the Vi has. Her engage range is so much higher, the power of a Galio flying in over the top as well, just a little bit more identity for NIP, and they're able to commit and really do well with their execution.
And what is even better for NIP here, we kind of talked about it a bit during the game, but again, reflecting on what we've seen from Split 2 for all these teams is a fun experiment to do in this final split. But NIP, it felt like before, they couldn't win any games unless Leave was ahead, Leave was the priority. You mentioned it, I want to praise you for it in this game, how absent the core queue's been. That is kind of a problem, but the fact that NIP can win a game with such an absent Leave in the real grand scheme of things, I think bodes well for this team being a threat from multiple angles.
Yeah, and I think that importantly, we got to see what the power of Solo Kill is. We highlighted him in the pre-show for a reason, the opportunities that he gives to this NIP composition. Saw this Galio get locked in, and we're thinking, okay, well, either Leave needs to have a massive game or Solo Kill needs to have a massive game. And importantly for the Gwen, that was exactly what happened. On the top side, we got to see him stave in, do really well through the early stages. That laning phase, he was able to do well versus the Jax. Then finds a Solo Kill versus Savior, who once again had a couple of shaky moments in this game where he's, pushing level 5 versus level 6 up against a Gwen. He loses his life for really no reason, where, anybody looking at this can go, well, this is a bad spot for you to be in. What are you doing, buddy? And then in that mid lane as well, gets caught out by a Vi engage, gets punished for trying to stick around and do DPS when he really shouldn't be.
As we get a look back at the gold graphs and the damage, Leave does actually pump out a lot of damage quality to him in that aspect, but the numbers that I gravitate towards, Climber, just this Wukong never was in a spot to be a threat. I think we saw more defensive Cyclones than offensive ones, and XQW, I think he ends the game with Seraphs and Roa, which is integral to a Rise kit, but there's no damage there. And there was no chance for XQW to ever put any damage down in this game.
30 minutes into the game, you're hoping for a little bit extra juice in the back pocket of the Rise as well. And when your Rise is only just out DPSing the enemy Galio, that then definitely signifies a problem. I will say that for Leave, in this game, I think that my criticisms of Leave previously have been that he gets caught out on mid waves and that he's just doing the wrong thing at certain times. In this game, that wasn't necessarily the case. He was very quiet, I think, through these team fights, but we'll get to have a chance now as we look through these highlights, actually being quite punishing in certain instances, looking to just keep himself safe, and during the skirmishes that were happening, he's actually doing a very good job at keeping himself alive and pumping out that DPS. Never necessarily being the problem, but never necessarily being the outright DPS threat.
Here was the one fight angle that we did see from LGD. I think Sasa for... it's funny because Solo Kill's going to end up being the player of the game, right? He's like the big playmaker in this one, but you got to remember they late swapped the Jax out pretty early, and like you mentioned, Savior gifts a kill over. This game, this Gwen in particular, I feel like is actually not Sasa's fault. I think he was one of the most competent members in this game from LGD.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I actually think that, for a player that, again, I've given my fair share of criticism over to, for the most part, Sasa played this game as serviceably as we might have expected from a Jax. It just comes down to the fact that the rest of the team, right? Lucian, notoriously a difficult champion to get DPS out on as the game gets later and later. The Rise as well, maybe a little bit easier to get damage down on as the game gets later, but never really given the resources to be able to do that. And that Jax in this situation, I think maybe the one criticism I have is this fight in particular, where he goes the long way round instead of trying to just hop over the wall and into the pit. Might have been able to contribute to the fight a little bit earlier, but even still, he's there. He's the one that's actually doing the right thing in terms of trying to take down priority targets.
You're going to start to see here as we get to the back half of these fights, so I think Ruben has done such a good job highlighting for LGD, which is just... I'll call them misinputs on some of these kits, right? And in particular, the last one is going to sting a lot, but from the XUW. But again, it's these. You never really felt like the Wukong Cyclone forward with the Rel. It was never really on the same page. And well, in this fight, it was mostly Solo Kill's fault, but this comp never really got to flourish from a fighting standpoint like they wanted to, or from the split push scenario like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, and I think, again, it's just this idea that during the team fights, LGD really are struggling. This is that missed engage that, Leaf just Valkyries away from XQW. He's expecting his team to fully commit. They kind of have to fully commit there, but even if they do, we see Solo Kills already in position to catch them out, probably to pick up the pieces. I think that at this stage in the game, LGD were just in such a losing position that the percent chance of them finding a good fight is like literally 0.5%, and they probably have to commit forward to try and find it, but they're not able to do so, and the NIP actually punished them really well.
NIP looking to set themselves up for a 7-1 scoreline through 8 series. And, well, it really is helpful when you always have the Leave Senna games. A lot of people last week were talking about how outrageous his stacking was on this champion with the Senna at one point coming across. You talk about the Smolder of play-ins past. He has the Lucian in his bag that we won't get to see this series. To get a game win like this and an MVP performance, I'll set it up this way, Rude Dude, from Solo Kill, massive.
Yeah, and I think that NIP, again, looking to book the trends of really the other Nirvana teams from Splits gone by. This is, really convincing for them. LGD currently are our third best team. They are the team chasing the pack. And instead of it being Solo Kill, actually Nayo finding the MVP here for NIP, his 5th one already for the Ninjas.
5th one already, and this one a little bit sweeter to the tongue, knowing that it was against the guy who took his job in the play-in stage of Split 2 for LGD. So shout out Nayo there. I have another shout out though to give over Rudu before we go into any sort of break or intermission screen here. And that of course goes towards our coffee supporters. Yeah, it is, if you would like to support the LPL English, consider becoming a coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our coffee linked in chat to unlock perks like early access to content and seeing your name on screen once a week. How nice is that, Rude Dude?
It is. It is very nice for us as well that we get to upgrade the broadcast, upgrade the product, make it so that you guys get a better viewing experience as well.
Yeah, we would not have these awesome graphics packages coming out split after split if it was not for our coffee supporters. So big shout out to you guys. Shout out goes to Nayo and NIP though, as they are able to take control of game 1 and set NIP up for one hell of a scoreline through 8 games. If they can get the game 2 win, they'll be 7-1 in Group Nirvana. But before we get there, we're going to take a short break and see you guys on the other side for draft. Nice for you all to join us back here on the LPL English unofficial broadcast as we are getting set for our second game of the night. Our second game in Group Nirvana here is NIP look to continue to extend themselves away from the pack. I want to shout out our own Alk Battery just gave us the word that after the UP series of NIP, they are officially locked into the play-ins, but for now, Rude Dude, it's again separating yourselves with the top two and trying to keep on behind EDG as best as you can in case they slip up at all before your matchup against them.
Every place matters. That's the really important part about this, is that every single position you get in Group Nirvana gives you an opportunity to play a weaker team from Ascend. Now, I do think that the difference between our FPXs and our RWEs may not necessarily be too great, but if you end up in 3rd, 4th in Ascend, you're going to be playing up against what looks to be a Weibo or a JDG, and whilst we're considering those teams as potentially a little bit weaker than the top half of Ascend, they are still very scary when they get their ball rolling.
Yeah, and they are scary when you have to face them in an elimination matchup that neither squad really wanted to be in going into Split 3. So there's also that added into it, but not to get too far ahead of ourselves, we are getting set here for Game 2. And LGD will have side select, Rude Dude, which always means that they'll be picking up that blue side. And what do you want to see them utilize with that side of the draft to try and get the ball rolling and force this series the distance?
We have got things like Rumble still available, Trundle as well. Those both made it completely through game number 1. They weren't picked, they weren't banned, and I think that with Galio off the board as well, we may end up seeing Rumble sort of sneak into that ban pick. Rumble has frequently been answered with Galio, maybe the Ornn as well, something that can answer a Rumble in that instance, but we've already highlighted that I think that giving solo kill carries has proven to be quite prolific and something that they can look to work quite well on. Seen a couple of Ambessa games already from him, so if we want to go a little bit deeper into that top lane pool, we've certainly got that option.
I think if you're LGD, I would just commit an Ambessa ban in the first round. Unless you want to pick it for Sasa. I really think it might be worth banning on this blue side. Try and get that champion out of his hands. Maybe we'll see some bans targeted towards Doinby on some of his comfort champions. I don't think it's worth really banning away in those ADs that Leaf can go towards because a Senna and Smolder ban in first turn feels a little bit troll. We'll have to see where LGD go and approach this draft, knowing that they also want to come out ahead in this series, not just to get themselves over 500, Rude Dude, but because they are on the flip side of that ever-growing gap between 1 and 2 and the rest of Nirvana right now.
Yeah, and like I say, I think that they need to try and push for 2. I think that trying to get into 2nd place, even at this stage, is really, really difficult, especially if they lose this series. I do think that makes it really tricky for LGD to put themselves in 2nd place with 4 losses. Would again rely on LGD, or ADG rather, having a colossal mess up in this second half of the round robin. And we've already seen them take a game loss versus Thundertalk, but I don't know that they'll manage to slip all the way down to that 3rd place spot. We are underway with the draft though, and already complete change up in those bans. Annie taken off the board, Senna taken off the board, which again, those high prio junglers, I'm looking at Pantheon, I'm looking at Trundle, they're both still open.
Along with that Rumble, because I feel like NIP are going to have to commit a Varus ban here last. I don't think they're going to go for the Rumble. Unless it's either Rumble or Varus that they should be banning way last. I do love that NIP are subscribing to this idea where I just believe Leave isn't comfortable playing Yunara yet. They've banned on blue and red side. When you ban one champion and a new champion on the same side twice, usually says, we're not comfortable ever playing it, so we don't really want to play against it. And they will commit 2 marksman bans over to Savior as we roll into this B1 pick that could be Rumble or a jungler, it really feels like. Or I'm wrong.
Leah's still there. I mean, maybe the Azir as well if either of these mids were really feeling it. I think that if we see the Talia get locked in, that incentivizes a Orianna from Doinby. Just that has been the classic go-to answer for Talia matchups in the mid lane. But again, with Azir open, I think that XQW, one of the LGD superstars really, he's done really well at farming and getting to a point of power on this Azir pick, and just a question of whether or not he can actually pilot it in that late game is something that we need to see answered. But the Talia, the most likely rational response, and then it is one of those junglers. Do you want the Pantheon, which is still completely unchecked in this series? It's in this game as well, is still available, and I think that would give you some really good options to try and play slightly longer lanes, to try and play slightly faster in the early stages of the game. Gets picked up by Nio, and then for LGD, you're looking at things like Trundle, Poppy still available as well if you want to try and answer. It's always a really good pairing with the Azir as well, this Poppy-Azir duo, where you can build the wall and then shove people into it.
I'm glad you pointed out the Trundle, though, because this is the reason I like the Ambessa pick here for solo kill even more. It's by not picking a tank top, you kind of deny Trundle a clear subjugate target is Climber or Sasa.
Sassy.
It's Sasa. It's Sasa, yeah. Going Udyr top here. This is a blast from the past meta-wise.
I would be heavily incentivized to say that this is Sasa going for a more AD Udyr style in that top side, where you can go for the Emax and really punish people, and really surprising damage comes out of this Udyr in the early stages, and honestly even into the mid to the late game as well. The Xin Zhao does get put down, and then that's an instant slam of Taliyah for Doinby. Knowing that the Xin Zhao trying to dash through the Unraveled Earth is really difficult. I do think that a good Poppy ban here could be very well pressed and really well served by NIP. I think that YCX, more than capable of trying to flex that down into the support role. Either way, they might just looking at taking some of those engaged champions off the board as well. If they want to remove things that are going to help them start the fights, because currently LGD don't necessarily have that. They've got a Xin Zhao maybe to start things. They've got Sasa who's going to run around and be a bit of a menace. But they don't have that engage button, that go, that is going to start off the skirmish.
With what NIP has put together so far, the Pantheon and the Ambessa markedly, LGD, we got to commit another Kai'Sa ban. Pay the LPL tax, if you will. I think Kai'Sa works really well with what Pantheon and Ambessa want to do. It's clear that NIP are going to try and, one, play the map with their global ultimates in mid-jungle as best as they possibly can early, and then two, any fights that come out, they are diving after XQW and whatever savior is going to pick here. So I'd like to see a Kai'Sa ban come through from LGD in this last turn.
And I actually think as well that it's going to be really important for Savior to play a mobile AD carry down on that bot side. And with Corki and Lucian both taken off the board, honestly things like the Kai'Sa, like the Ezreal, do start to increase in priority for me as we move into Savior's pick for this draft. If he just steps even the fraction too far forward, that's Weaver's Wall, that's Grand Starfall coming down. If you don't have a dash or something to get you out over a wall to try and cheat that terrain, you are just going to struggle and you're never really going to be safe. You're never going to be able to farm in that mid lane with any real safety.
I would like Ezreal more on that turn, much more safer than I feel like the Kai'Sa can be. So they commit the Kai'Sa ban. I think they're going to set up Savior, if they are in line with your right thinking in my mind, Redude, for the Ezreal pick here. NIP are going to do something we rarely see, and they're going to leave the AD up for R5. I think one of the most popular R5s right now on red side has always been support, but with no threat of the Sylas, they want to see what Leave can get here, knowing the LGD composition completed.
Okay, I mean, this Jhin is a bit of a takeaway as well. You talked about the fact that Kai'Sa is a really good dive AD. The adaptation that you've seen from teams, or that I've seen from teams as well, is that they will take the Jhin. He might not be able to dive with you, but he can provide support. And for NIP, this is now about what AD carry can go fishing, can go and find that aggression with the rest of the squad. We're seeing a couple of hovers here that do make sense. I really like the idea of Azeri. I don't mind the idea of a Neela-Alistair bot lane duo either, especially versus a Jhin. I think that's got a lot of control in the laning phase. The Zeri gets locked in for Leave, so this is now all about the Leave show. We've got Zeri. We know this champion can pop off. The OG pop-off AD carry, really, where we get these pentakills time and time again. And now, with Leave having those tools in his back pocket, it's going to have a difficult laning phase, I will say. I think that versus a Jhin, the Zeri definitely gets out-traded and can be bullied if Savior plays the game well. And we've already seen LGD actually punish NIP's bot lane in the 2 versus 2. But as we get later and later into the game, I'm looking at ways to kill this Zeri. Rakan going to be quite difficult to get on top of her. The Azir shuffle can be dashed. Xin Zhao, very short range. The Udyr can get kited out as well. It's going to require LGD to be very concise in their engages. It's also going to require Doinby and Niket to be AFK when they go for them.
I really want to highlight that Udyr matchup with Zeri, because I think once, the Lightning Strike gets cast, the move speed buff Zeri gets with the dash as well. Really glad you pointed out the kiting ability Zeri has into that Udyr specifically. Overall thoughts here for NIP's draft. This is where I think, and this is the suited draft for NIP, knowing their most successful playstyle. It's a more supplementary mid laner with the Taliyah from Doinby. Action coming through both Niket and Nayo to start things off, and who's the damage? It's going to be both solo kill and Leave. This is the new NIP that I think is most threatening, not just for Group Nirvana teams, But looking even broader on, knowing NIP are locked into the play-ins already, they will be likely facing a group ascend team towards the bottom of the standings. To get there, though, they have a couple more series in front of them, and remarkably right now, Game 2, if they can sweep away LGD to move up to 7-1 right on the heels of EDG, and they're going to have their fans behind them to support them as we hit the rift.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
I fear that the LGD fans may be dwindling in the building. I do fear.
They may be. They may have unfortunately been in a little bit of a struggle bus. We saw at the bottom there that the AI bot through the early game, actually really favouring LGD as we hit that 20-minute marker. But the second this game gets to a late game situation, we all know the power that Azeri can have. Once we hit those 4 or 5 item markers, eyes on Leave to make sure that he can be as prolific a carry as members of the talent team, myself included, hoped that he would be coming into split number 3. We've not yet seen it from him as much as I might have liked in important games. Has proven to be a little bit weaker than we might have liked. We think that for the time being, this is about staving off the early aggression that a Jhin can have in the laning phase. As we move through to the late stages of this game, that's when we can expect to see Leaves trying to pop off.
So where do we focus for now? Could definitely go towards the junglers who will be matched in their clears, and that's always important, especially for both these skirmish-heavy junglers who don't need their ultimates to be super effective earlier on, maybe a bit more towards Nayo. But if they're mirrored the entire time, anytime Climber pops up, you're going to see Nayo come as well. Is like you called out, Niket gets over to level 2, but YCX able to dash back out to safety, so really want to see how Nayo and Climber interact in this early phase.
Yeah, really smart positioning there, actually, from YCX as he uses the grand entrance to knock up Leave on his way out and space out the potential pulverize from Niket, just making sure that he keeps enough safety with his life, and with the Gleaming Quills he should be able to sustain himself back up. I think you don't go for any of those really hard engages as Niket and Leave down on that bot side early on. You want to get chipped out, poked away at, and really start to struggle down on that bot side. See, Doran's start for Sasa. This has been a while since we've seen Udyr in the top side. It was a bit the flavour of the month, probably split number 1 if memory serves correctly. But this is just one of those picks that will just kind of run around, be a nuisance, and attempt to zone. I think that especially when we're looking at champions like Talia, like Zeri, that are all skill shot focused, it can have some pretty good control if you can dance around and dodge all the spells. But equally, we're looking at a composition of NIP that's got enough single target CC that this Udyr could begin to struggle.
And you talked about the Udyr a bit earlier on, maybe some wishful thinking with that E-Max sort of AD Udyr. We see the grass come across. Does that signal Udyr that we're going to get that more traditional tank Udyr that we saw in Split 1 like we were talking about?
Yeah, we can already see 2 points in the ability as well, so nothing really, nothing new for the LPL stage is what I'll say.
New appearance. The Scuttle Crab is a spear to the face as Climber is going to jump on top of the top side Scuttle. Nayo a bit faster. The market point to make here on his clear. He'll take his reset a bit earlier on here as Leave is going to have a wave bounce back towards him, so no need to position too aggressively. It's the Cat that's going to listen to position aggressively. Good dash from XGW because that flick back would have landed, and with Niket nearby, might have been a kill or at least a flash.
Yeah, I think early on getting that summon spell out of the Azir is certainly something to keep track of, especially as we are broaching our second clears of our junglers, working our way ever faster towards those level 6 markers. Nayo then will be able to have a lot more control over where he can be on the map. Importantly for Climber, talked about this in game number 1, but the early power that these junglers can have. For Climber, once again, he's playing the Xin Zhao. From level 3, you really can look to go crazy. As we see, LGD thought that they were going to try and get a base, and Leave wanted to trade it. They're both sticking around, and I think that these sort of longer, slower laning phases, they really favour your Yuntal marksman. We're going to see Leave go back to base, and he's going to get a BF sword uncontested. That's one of those really tricky points of being AD carries in the current meta. If you fight early on, you go back to base after like a third wave crash or a third wave scrap, and all of a sudden you're basing, you've got a long sword, you've got elastic slingshot in your inventory, and then you're working even harder to try and get a BF sword recall.
I think the wave manipulation was what really was able to set Leave up for that. He set up such a great freeze. The stack of a wave that Savior on the reset would have lost a lot of creeps towards, so forcing him to stay in lane, and like you called out, now they have Mimic backs. Both ADs are going to reset virtually on the same time, as Leave is actually going to try and push one more wave out. YCX is going to have to stay to hold this, but that kind of ruins the entire plan that I was trying to point out there for those two ADs.
No, I mean, this is honestly really good for Savior because he's going to miss nothing here, and Leaf can't stand to try and force that under the turret. He needs to take his recall as well. And you'll see in the recall, look what he gets here. It's 55 gold, that's the BF sword. He even gets a dagger on top of it. So he's able to really feel like he's in a good spot. And I always remember this. This was sort of Season 4 League of Legends. We're going back 10, 11 years. Looking at AD carries, you would always look for 55. That's the magic number this is. Back when you would rush Infinity Edge, when BF Sword costed 1550 gold, we were always looking for the 55 number. That meant you get to go back to base and find a BF Sword. It's the exact same in this instance, coincidentally. A little bit of a blast down the past of memory lane as LGD are able to once again secure this crab on the top side. A lane swap has come through for NIP, and now XQW in trouble.
XQW, there's the flash out of that Azir. Like you pointed out, Rude, another great placed seismic shove from Joy B to force that one out. But with this lane swap, go ahead.
As well, but I'm enjoying this adaptation from Doinby. We saw earlier on that he tried to put the W first, and then you would catch them off guard with the E afterwards. Actually, Doinby's realised if I just put the Unraveled Earth down, XQW can't dash through it without getting hit by a micro stun, which secures the seismic shove. So he's adapted in that instance, but I will say, okay, flash forward.
Yeah, and hey, the Weaver's Wall, just like that, Doinby's here, the Grand Starfall as well, out of nowhere. XQW is routed, surrounded on all sides by 3 members of NIP, and well, I knew they were going to punish the flash with Azir, but I wasn't ready for it to be that quick.
And this is why I highlighted that I'd like to see some semblance of mobility from whoever it is that sits mid lane, because you are not safe. You step past your turret, you can get collapsed on very, very easily, and it is going to give so much control over to NIP when they have those ultis available. Now, though, is when LGD have got a bit of time to shine.
Oh no, this is the reverse of Game 1 almost. The Ghost coming out. If you remember back to Game 1, Savior dies in a 1v1 to get solo kill.
It's understandable. Look at all the damage that Saucer's built out in his
Oh yeah, that's a great point, actually. Yeah. Thormail gives a ton of AD.
The base damage from the Udyr, and you get to see a little bit of why I think in the mid game this Udyr is going to be a massive threat. I worry about the late game stages where it can begin to get kited out. If we see a Rylai's come through from Doinby, if we see some sort of any real kite capability from lead, this Xin will struggle. So we'll keep our eyes on how well it looks to get through the laning phase, but especially with Ghost available to lead in the late game, this Udyr probably going to struggle quite significantly.
As we swap back our lanes, and Nayo comes away with the Dragon during that timer, and Niket is still making sure XQW is having a bad day on the Rift. I'm loving this from Niket, making it a priority to just punish this the real big scaling threat on LGD, right? As we talked about Leave having to be such a big burden in that task. It's XQW that's going to have to be the big answer in that aspect, and put it behind, late game, it doesn't really have to be a reality, and that's nice when you're the team ahead within a more fed mid lane.
We did see LGD with XQW Azir in their series loss up against LNG. Honestly, during that game number 2, it was XQW who looked like maybe the best piece of the LGD puzzle, so hopefully he can continue to do that while the rest of the team maybe builds up a little bit more comfort in their own capabilities. We are seeing as well that we're going to get to see a lot of plated steel caps coming through this game. Savior already with that cloth armor in inventory, recognizing Ambessa Pantheon and the Zeri, all of which can be quite difficult to sustain the damage of if I'm not able to get a little bit of armor in my kit.
Mid laner shifting up towards this top side. The Grubs all secured off screen by Climber though, so you do have that side lane threat, and I think that does bode well for this Udyr and Azir that can really chomp down at these waves quickly. But again, in this phase of the game, as we crest over 10 minutes, what NIP should really index on the most is trying to punish lousy side lanes. In a mere couple of seconds, XQW or even Sasa can have a Talia and a Pantheon up them along with whoever is matched up with them.
Saber taking a really good trade here in the mid lane. That's not
Good dash.
Yeah.
Yep.
Unfortunately, if Zeri ever has E up, I'm never ulting as Jin. Nice to see that Saviour's going to use it to buy a bit of priority in the mid lane and clear out that wave. But even still, you know, uses the curtain call, gets a little bit of damage onto the AD carry for NIP, and makes it so that Leave at least can't contribute to anything that happens immediately in the game without having first take on default. I think as well as you look through what it is that LGD wants to do this game, we highlighted that, okay, never mind.
Here we go.
Bye.
That's exactly what we talked about. If you're a little too far up in your lane, bam! Pantheon on top of your noggin.
And, you know, we highlighted this for a reason. I said, you need to pick an AD carry who's got mobility. Savior in this instance, he had flash, but that's not going to save him, and he recognizes that and keeps it in his back pocket. He used the barrier for seemingly no reason, as now XQW flies in.
Getting a little dance on, dream and shuffle, flash away from the side of the shove, and boom! YCX is here with a charm and a knockup, but Niket has the heal to dissuade the ignite, and, well, he's going to try and set up Nayo for stepping up on XQW, who is still flashless, by the way. Headbutt Pulverize soon to come up, but they're not going to dive under the turret, and nobody drops.
And then the flash from XQW there, just so that he can continue doing as much DPS as possible, dodge out on that seismic shove. Right idea, just not quite enough in the tank for the Azir, as Doin be able to barely sustain up, barely able to get out to safety, and actually give a little bit of time, a little bit of a window to his jungler to come in to bail him out. Summon a heal there from Niket as well, keeps the Talia alive. And we talked about that for NIP, they're a composition that can look for these global plays, can look for this mid-game aggression. They found a couple of kills using it already. That Talia, the Pantheon, both of them have found those 2 kills that we see on the scoreboards right now. But for LGD, their composition's all about looking to try and find some skirmishes, trying to find some 5-man fights. So it doesn't matter if they overload one area of the map, we've just got enough tools already there to beat you.
That is what's piloting NIP here through this early phase. Not much to play for on the map by this point, but you can look to see that your NIP, it's fine playing a bit of a slow game, especially for your damage dealers by this point. You want to get the Seraph done for Doinby, you want to get Leave a bit more time. This one item Zeri isn't too much of a threat. It's again trying to overload these sides and, well, not have your support try and contest a jungle steal on the Raptors, but this may set up for maybe a wrap, but Nayo and Doinby not comfortable pulling the trigger just yet.
Yeah, looking at that situation, I'm thinking, who's caught here? Is Climber YCX the ones that are trying to spring the trap, or is it going the other way around? Either way, for the time being, though, we sort of reset to this quite quiet stage of the game where I'm actually waiting for LGD to make any sort of a move. Seemingly not going to happen for a while. And I'm thinking that this dive onto Doinby, maybe their best bet, but again, Pantheon ulti going to be available. They'll be able to find some sort of reprieve if they want to look for that fight. Instead, they elect to back away, knowing that that's a choice, knowing that that's an option for the Ninjas. And again, just this passivity from LGD. At a certain point, it's not going to be able to pay off. At a certain point, they're going to need to do something, or they're probably just going to have the game lost for them.
For now, it's going to be, I think, a lot of members top side, but I don't know if this dive really ever works with Niket protecting Doinby. And yeah, there goes the wave, and what have you really gained here? A loss of a dragon, because on the bot side, Nayo says, all right, this is free now, and we can get on to that second Drake. Leave just has to be a bit careful as the ghost is spot by YCX, but Leave, maybe a bit uncharacteristically, gets himself back to safety, and now the turn comes out in XQW. The entire pack has left him, and that means the Predators can jump on top of him, looking to snatch up their prey. But XQW is making it a bit of a problem. Another cycle of spells will do it and ail it for Doinby to find the feats of warfare.
And just barely XQW not able to find the 1-for-1, but a very good effort, a very worthwhile try, as it's NIP who are able to once again spring the trap. This time it's not requiring both of the globals, and this time round XQW just barely able to die and not find that fight, find that 1-for-1. Again, it's good from NIP to be able to play on those limits, knowing what their capabilities are. We saw this in game number 1 with Solo Kill, where they're on the flip side, LGD were looking for that dive. Solo Kill went for a 1 versus 3, wasn't quite able to make it work. This time round, though, it's actually going to be NIP that spring the trap and that come out on top.
So now they got Feats of Warfare. They've got their kills spread up pretty nicely onto their 3 members sporting first items. The Sundered Sky gets done for Nayo. They do actually end up trading that Drake back, so Climber grabs that one. Better set up for feats of monster slaying. But again, LGD, they have to be the proactive ones, and right now it feels like either one of these side lanes is a trap. Really, not just side lanes. Wherever Savior and XQW are, if they don't have, if Flash comes down for them, they are trapped. And Savior might have to burn his Flash right here as he gets headbutt pulverized into a stun. And oh, look at that caster timing, rude dude.
Yeah, now we've got this Herald spawn. Whether LGD are able to convincingly take this. Wait, so we are down 1,000 gold. Joinby's basing. He's got teleport. You can see NIP leave at the very least is posturing aggressively. He wants to get in this fight. Pops the ulti now.
Lightning Crash, curtain call. They're going all in for Leave, but the bullets aren't hitting their mark. And Sasso's going to flash top Leave. Climber as well. Everyone chasing Leave down, and they're going to find that kill. But what did they give up on the back end of that? They lose control of that Herald, and Nayo gets away with the heist of a century, also getting out with the actual Herald itself.
So double summoner spells burned off of the Zeri. Now that's going to be important in 3 minutes' time when the dragon spawns. Flash used by Savior, Flash used by Sasa, and Flash used by Climber on the Xin Zhao as well, and XQW once again.
Yep, okay, good Emperor's Divide. Public Execution is down for solo kills. They couldn't go for that snap engage, but Niket is roaming. Gonna make this a 3 versus 2 double knockup, but hello, Talia popping out of nowhere. It's the global presence NIP's comp brings in. Solo kill, picks up both of the kills.
And just a refusal to acknowledge that Talia has an ultimate ability. It's so infrequently used for combat that they just think it can't be used in its true purpose. Another instance of Doinby showing up and making a play happen. This is the, what, 4th Weaver's Wall now? Before level 16, where we actually get to see Doinby absolutely popping off. And I think XQW needs to invest in a pink ward just for this brush alone. It's been sprung the trap out of it at least twice in this game. And then Niket comes in, the wall comes down, and there's just no way out for the LGD top side. I mean, it's a little bit tricky. Maybe you're flashing a skill shot, maybe you can battle dance out to your teammate, but the auto attacks follow through, and solo kill finds himself too. He'd been struggling a little bit in that laning phase. It's worth saying that the Udyr counterpick did its job to keep the Ambessa at bay. But now the question is, what can it do in the later stages of this game? Because the Ambessa already showed up, found a couple of kills. I'm waiting to see what the Udyr is going to be able to do.
Oh, Deadly Flourish. Unbreakable Will is the answer. When becomes Lightning,
Nayo
shot isn't going to have enough.
Help him!
You dodge it. Hey, you trusted your support to just dip, all right? I respect it.
Okay. Man, that I would be spam pinging like crazy if I was Niket right there. Like, I'm there, 40% HP. My Pantheon's just looking at me, full HP, E ready. Like, yeah, bud, good luck. Get those fancy feet on. And unfortunately for Niket, he did.
Yeah, he did for now. But talking more about solo kill, because I think we were briefly cut off. The Udyr is still going to be, hard for Ambessa to deal with. But again, the way NIP have drafted, right now we're seeing the Talia and mostly the Pantheon be used to threaten side lanes. But what they're going to serve a purpose for later on is to set up solo kill to publicly execute either XQW or Savior in the backline of this fight. Remember, NIP is pretty dive-driven, no matter if they're going for a pick play or a 5v5 team fight later on.
Yeah, you know what Jin doesn't do well against? It's dive.
No, really?
What doesn't he do well against? It's dive that can kill him very quickly. Like an Ornn, he can maybe crit and run away. Ambessa, you crit, try to run away, and the Ambessa just runs at the same speed and dashes up to you again. Yeah. So,
oh boy,
it's pretty tricky.
Wait,
oh no!
What's that TV out? Okay, save
Flash,
XW.
yeah.
All right, now I know who's getting spam pinged. In this game, it's definitely Niket who leaves, or YCX who left XQW to die, and LGD are trying to engage 4 versus 4. The Breakable from Pantheon's going to block all that damage to YCX. Doesn't even end up getting out. What is LGD doing right now?
In a short word, Slayer, they're losing. And if we try to explain much beyond that, we may begin to struggle. NIP, that we should praise them for their ability to capitalize on LGD making these plays. We won't define them, we'll just call them plays.
Okay.
As solo kill's able to take the tier 1 turret down on the bot side, the dragon will be secured as well. And it's all going NIP's way. Again, a team that we are hoping will be Yeah, okay, let's have a look. Let's hold this. So, what is the time frame? Engage. YCX is looking topside already. You have fun, buddy. I'll see you later.
He's not even looking at the bottom lane right now.
No, and Solo Kill like walks into the brush, sees the Rakan, doesn't register that he's TPing, but is like, oh, I need to leave because there's a Rakan here, and then sees the little bubble fly across his screen. He's like, oh, okay, goodbye.
Cool, 1v1. Yeah, a free 1v1 out of nowhere, and now Solo Kill 3-0 with this Ambessa. The gold has really just exploded by this point, and you can see the AI is definitely reflecting that NIP are in a much more comfortable spot. And where do they take that comfortability to next? It's topside. Rude Dude it's very hard to ever get close to an objective that Talia can just constantly throw down now, slowing abilities for their allies completed.
Yeah, and I think that's really important, especially versus the Judy. I think Xin Zhao in general is also always going to struggle versus Talia, but Talia with her allies definitely feels a little bit worse. As constantly getting hurtled at, rocks that slow you is going to feel pretty darn bad. Both of our mid laners clearing away this top wave. Want to look at the power of the map right now. We see Solo Kill working his way through that tier 2 turret down on the bot side, trying to observe us for making our way down here. We can see this is free time for the Ambessa, who still has teleport. So any time that she gets unchecked is time that LGD need to be making a play on the top side, and unfortunately they just weren't doing that. They spent their time trying to posture around the Atacon, didn't ever get a good look at it. Just when Solo Kill got some free time, an unanswered wave, and means that at the time we were thinking LGD, you know, they're going to struggle to try and find a 5 versus 5. Looks like they're even struggling to find the 5 versus 4s as well.
I just want to highlight not just the item discrepancy, but more important, the power of the items reflected between these two competitions, right? XQW in the mid lane, he's not on 2 items by this point, and the Nashers doesn't bring a lot to the table. This is a Famine Jhin build with the Collector, mostly the rapid fire cannon. There's not enough damage out of this Jhin by this point. It's more setup. Xin Zhao is really the best positioned on 2 items to be effective now. And when you look on the flip side for NIP, there's a lot more champions with much more effective 2-item spikes.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the Zeri probably in one of her weaker stages of the game, I'll be honest, but we're looking at the Talia, you're looking at the Ambessa and the Pantheon as well. There's more than enough damage to go around, and again, with the way that LGD have been playing this, they've been so focused on keeping Leave down that I can very easily see a world where the NIP side are able to leverage the carry, Doinby, Nayu, and Solo Kill, all able to run away with these team fights. Definitely very scared for LGD, not necessarily a lot of tools that they can find.
They swept it this time, Rude Dude. They swept that,
they
treacherous brush.
XQW's had flashbacks, he's got PTSD, knows that he could very well be in trouble. But again, Atacon starting up here by NIP, or at least posturing for it, as Nayu's just sat here tossing spears at XQW to see what sticks. Which honestly is low-key based.
Oh, yep. There's the Weaver's Wall, and it's only YCX, but he's going to turn and re-engage onto Niket, who gets a ton of CC down, but the Rakan is a lot less tanky than that Ornn, with the Unbreakable Will of Nayo actually protecting him, is able to walk away from the 4th shot.
Not this time, says Nayo. I'll help you out here. Now, they do defend their tier 1 turret in exchange for their Rakan's life. You do actually get to see a little bit of why people take the Alistar into the Rakan, or why hard CC is so good into the Rakan. YCX this whole time is spamming his E, but he's just knocked up, flicked back, CC by Pantheon, CC by Alistar. There's everything and the kitchen sink being thrown at the Rakan, and if he can never use any spells, he can't battle dance back out to safety. And the power of the Alistar there really showing it and giving its worth. As it looked like Niket was the one caught out under the turret, but he pops Unbreakable Will to free himself of the CC and instantly able to find a knockback.
Sasa not going to be fine because guess what? Again, all of the ninjas pop out of the shadows and make a 2v1, a 4v1, just like that. We'll see maybe now if NIP feel comfortable turning onto the Atacon. They do have a dragon spawning bot side in about 30 seconds, and they're just going to be happy with getting the last tier 1 turret off the board.
Yeah, the thing is, there's no way that LGD can ever take this Atacon, so NIP don't need to potentially flip the game by throwing at said neutral objective. The dragon is much lower stakes if they can find a way to get there in time. But I'm looking at teleports.
Oh, there's a new brush.
LGD.
Rude Dude, there's a new brush.
XQW,
it's the furthest one back. It's happening again. The nightmare continues for XQW. Oh, the exhaust, I think, is going to ruin it. That was nearly a great outplay. He falls again. 0-5, and NIP are really the ones to blame for that scoreline.
Yeah, the sad thing is, oh, hold on, they found the cat.
The cat. Unbreakable Will is broken. Nice crit shot. Curtain call opening up here from Savior. Nayo's got to flash around some of these bullets, but he gets slowed, charmed, and there's a second one. Solo Kill is TP'd in. Can he get on top of these carries? They have to get towards Savior as the Octagon is getting assist of the year. But if only as usually comes across from Solo Kill, gets on top with 3 members to flick back onto Climber. But Solo Kill goes after YCX, gets the first kill. Leave has the Ghost popped along with the Lightning Crash, trying to get the Lethal Temple stacked up as they sacrifice Solo Kill.
4 seconds.
Trying to wait for it to come up. There it is. Now he gets down to the wall. Leave is going after all of LGD, and he's making it their problem. Boom goes the dynamite. NIP Leave has arrived to the game, folks.
And he was just biding his time, Slayer, waiting for that ulti to come back up, waiting to be able to destroy LGD. The second that ulti comes available, he hops over the wall, pops in the face of Savior, who gets 3-tapped under the might of this Infinity Edge Zeri now. Walking out of base, 3 items strong and absolutely monstrous in this second game. We highlighted it in the draft. Zeri R5 for lead is exactly what you need to take a game. An Unbreakable Will comes through just a little too late here from Niket. He does get popped by Savior. And it's really good play by LGD to try and find these couple of picks, with 4th shot coming through on the ulti on the time that YCX lands that CC. But unfortunately, Savior knows he has to run so that he's got an angle to try and dodge the Ambessa ulti. If he just stands and auto-attack Solo Kill there, he's going to struggle. And you can see the power that this Jhin doesn't have. He gets kited out, he tries to walk up to auto-attack and immediately has to burn barrier. And then leave. He's already a level up over Savior. He tags him with a slow. He's able to flash in to seal the deal as well. And then caught between a rock and a hard place, you've got Doinby one side, Leave on the other. It's a pretty dangerous duo.
So now we talked about, 2-item Doinby's big. 2-item Solo Kill is in a pretty good spot. But you mentioned from draft, the crown jewel of this comp is Leave. The IE's done, and LGD are, again, I think too slow early to have gotten to this point and ever survive. It's Leave. He does have both his summoners burned by this point, so maybe he can try and punish there. But with how much threat NIP are going to have onto the backline, onto Azir, onto this immobile Jhin constantly, who is really going to be able to comfortably get close enough to threaten the Zeri?
Yeah, that's the other question. Well, I mean, threaten the Zeri is one thing, kill the Zeri is a complete other thing. I dare say that Sasa will be able to auto-attack Leave. Will he be able to kill Leave? Absolutely not. I think at this stage we memed early on. We did meme earlier on at all the damage that the Udyr was building. He's built more damage in the same vein as he had earlier on in the game. And I think that at this stage, though, quite likely that Leave will be able to stay the course and manage.
Weaver's Wall cuts Savior off, but also cuts XQW off as he falls for a 6th straight time. And now the rest of LGD are scattered, trying to backpedal desperately away from the rolling choo-choo train that is NIP. Gets a little bit slowed off the tracks by Solo Kill missing the public execution, but the grand Starfall cuts off all escape angles. Climber, can you survive long enough as Nayo actually does not ward over the wall? I thought he was going to ward and stun, and Climber gets out. We now flash mid lane where YCX is just protecting Savior, but with nobody dropping for NIP, even though they don't kill off Climber, why not turn your attention towards the big purple worm?
Yeah, and with the Zeri to boot, it's going to go down very, very fast as there are teleports available for XQW when he respawns in 10 seconds.
Climber, you shall not pass. Crescent Guard sure to block some damage. No way to get the crit shot on to the Baron secured, and now Niket gets another 2-man headbutt and a pulverizing blow onto Climber. 2 more kills gobbled up, and Leave nearly hunting down the last pair left up. Still, win after win for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Definitely felt like Leave was going to try and go nuclear onto the backline of LGD there. Holds his tongue, buys a little bit of restraint, and NIP here in a very firm position. 10,000 gold once all said and done. 9,000, but they're able to go back to base. Spend all that gold and make sure that they are as far ahead as possible. At this stage in the game, there is no bad engage as XQW maybe again just not quite looking at his screen. Not sure that there's a Talia wall coming across. You'd like to think that he would never walk over that if he'd seen it. He's just looking for a bit of poke on to leave, ends up paying for it with his life. But unfortunately, XQW is a very strong part of this LGD composition, and with him dying super early on, it just means that there's never a contest to be had. I want to take a look at the level differences between these carries as well, Slayer. Doinby level 18 versus XQW's level 15.
Oh, it hurts.
Leave level 17 versus Sage's level 15 as well.
Alright, solo kill is going to have to flash away from Savior. So, for now, LGD have kind of disassembled the 4-1. Now they're snap engaging on to leave. His flash comes back, but Sauce is looking over the wall. Problem is, like we talked about, how can the rest of LGD even get close enough to get this kill on to leave? It's just Sasa and YCX throwing himself to the win, but now it becomes the win as he's turned into dust, and the rest of LGD are looking like mincemeat as Leave turns his gun right onto LGD, and XQW just gets stunned, trying to dash in to save the game. Ace over NIP, dominating win once again as they'll move to 7-1 and keep EDG on their heels.
2-0 for NIP, a triple kill for Leave, and the Baron at their backs is going to signal the end of this game.
What a top two we have culminated here in Group Nirvana. EDG and NIP now, with this commanding win over LGD, definitely have to be on the radar of the bottom of Group Ascend.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that NIP are taking 2-0s here up against theoretically our third-placed team in LGD, you know, it separates that pack, it makes it competitive, and really pushes NIP to be one of those teams that can contest with our Group Ascend nominees. It puts the pressure on WE, puts the pressure on FPX. They need to step up their game. They need to make sure that they're on top form as well. If they're not, you know, this is an NIP composition of players, a composition of teams that could very easily take a play-in series, could try to challenge it with the best, and maybe, just maybe, have themselves a very good run at that playoff bracket.
We talked about it from the draft, once it was completed, Rude Dude, that this feels like the most NIP-esque draft you can get. Carry for solo kill, hyper carry scaler for Leave, and a lot of playmaking between Doinby and the two new guys on the block.
Yeah.
This is what it looks like when NIP draft for their strategy and execute towards that.
I think it's really important to highlight how well it was executed, and I came into this series saying that Doinby is one of their big-ticket players still, and I think that this game, whilst he may not have put out the numbers, he put out the map pressure to kind of do a quintessential Doinby performance in this second game. Talia Walls, every single chance he got, was just constantly looking for fights, and even in that final skirmish at the end, he's just throwing a wall up for fun, just to separate and try and create a little bit more space for NIP. Maybe a little bit of creative license with how he used it and just making sure that it was thrown in there for good measure. But through the early game, through the mid game, he was everywhere. He was doing exactly what he needed to do and made the impression onto LGD that they could not step into this game, into this series at all.
Doinby's numbers may not be, you know, super outrageous, but look at the scoreline of his mid counterpart. You're not going to see it in the post game, but rarely do you see anyone in the LPL. I'm not even talking about the deaths here, dude. I'm going to talk about the other zeros. There was 0 kill participation for XQW, and that's because of what Doinby was creating with those Weaver's Walls, and Nayo also doing a perfect job, just always making sure if there was a Weaver's Wall, there was likely a Grand Starfall.
Yes, and importantly as well, you know, we can talk about for XQW that this was, you know, maybe a bit of a weaker game for him, and there's an element of, well, that's a pretty difficult composition to play against in the Talia in the Pantheon, but there's also an element of, this is the best league of Chinese League of Legends that we can look for, right? Or the second if we're splitting Ascend and Nirvana, that unfortunately at this high level you need to be able to separate and to think about how you're going to die. You need to be cognizant of those globals, and you need to be thinking there could be a Pantheon, there could be a Talia, I can't step into this wave.
And that was just disrespected at multiple points in this game. Not just by XQW, by the way. We'll see back on the highlights here, but part of it can go back to draft again, too. The Jhin, it worked in theory with the range advantage that LGD wanted, but you had to respect your opponents and recognize that no lane you're in is safe unless you got cover, and Well, 2 players on LGD did not understand that rule.
Yeah, and I think that, we were looking at what would have been saving the draft. I think that honestly, Savior in this game had as good a game as you can hope for on the Jhin, especially when you're playing up against such heavy dive and such difficult composition for you specifically to play against. And you can see there in the damage, we were highlighting that Doinby maybe not having the 1v9 performance, but actually looking at the damage, doing more than his fair share.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he might have just earned himself player of the game. I think actually player of the game is an interesting conversation, Rudude, in this game, mainly because when you see such dominating wins, you can go for the cop-out that I like to lean on a lot of the time, which is, I really feel like this player of the game is a team award. I'm not going to use that this time. I actually think it might be warranted. What do you think about a Niket player of the game conversation here? I'm just saying. I don't know that I can fully justify that when the majority of the mid-game plays were Doinby Nayo, where it was largely the mid-jungle duo. This is a decided not highlight. Yeah, that'll be played again and again. We get assigned to go and find clips for these shows. We need that one every single LGD series. Yeah,
Rudude,
we also are tasked with finding clips for our awesome sponsor, ProDiff, to get the great analysis minds on it. I think it'd be funny to show them that clip and ask for analysis, because we might have some very intriguing reactions.
Some different answers to how good was this? How can I begin to play my solo queue quite like this? But for what LGD can look to in the future, hey, they've got probably a really difficult series versus EDG, but also they've got a couple of must-win games. I think that at this stage, they lost a series to LNG. That was not expected. They've now lost a series to NIP, which arguably would have been expected, but they've separated now. This gives NIP a top 2 berth, just regardless. They are going to be top 2, and importantly, we want to take a look at and really think about whether LGD are even going to be able to be in the play-ins. They're still in a good spot for it. They are still 3 wins in, but there's a world where if they take a loss here, maybe lose against Ultra Prime, and the EDG series, we're expecting another loss from them there, we could have seen all of LNG or LGD's wins.
I think this is a good thing for LGD, though, talking about their future. They, Rudu, do not play for another 8 days, actually. They are done in week 5. They are off until, I guess for all of us, even me, even though I'm in the earliest hours of the next day, they play on the 20th of August. So a lot of time to go back and workshop how to make sure they're locked into hopefully the 3rd spot out of Group Nirvana, which, again, like you talked about, is still kind of not fun, because it's the difference between taking on FPX or WE right now or a Weibo or a JDG.
Yeah, that's like the disparity there, definitely quite palpable. So you definitely want to be 1st, 2nd as opposed to 3rd, 4th. Unfortunately, that's not looking likely for LGD, and I think that at this stage is borderline impossible, in fact. So we already pretty much have our top 2 if looking at the standings and the quick math ends up working out. But for NIP, they are in that top 2 now, and I think that it's going to be a case of just staying consistent, giving us reasons to think that they may be able to make it to playoffs. We know that they're making it to play-ins, but make it to playoffs in particular. And then the question of what kind of run are they making.
Who made a mad dash for the MVP, though? Ha-ha! All right, LPL voters. Listen, I've never flamed the LPL voters.
Never once.
Picks. I definitely, never once. I always am aligned with them and agree with their decisions, so good for them to reward myself with a Niket pick. I'm with you, though, Rude, dude. I think I am going to use the cop-out. I think about 3 members in this game could have earned player of the game. You could have given it to Niket, Doinby, or Nayo. And that's just how big of a win NIP had in Game 2 to lock up this series.
Absolutely, and I think that for Niket to get his 1st of the season as well, definitely feels really good for him. Again, one of the newer players on this NIP roster. Good to see that he's able to flourish here in game number 2 and get this Alistair pick really off the races.
NIP, the race is almost over by this point. As you heard Rudu talk about, they are locked in to top 2 by this point. They've completed the marathon to get to that record, and now it's the mad sprint against EDG to see if they can claim the top spot. But that is for future conversations. In the now, we transition over to Group Ascent, where You think the gameplay is going to get better, you know, the momentum for the teams is going to get a lot better, but we are going to be talking about bottom of the barrel in the standings, WE, and a Weibo team that our talent squad is really yet to figure out. We're going to try and figure it out for you guys, though, after this break, as our Group Ascent series is next up. Group Nirvana done and out of the way thanks to an NIP domination over LGD, and now we can focus in on the much more climactic group, the Ascension group here, but not the top of the group. We are trying to figure out what I really liked how Rude Dude labeled our middle of the pack right now, which is Weibo, and then our catch-up squad, which is WE. Two teams that, Rude, we have struggled to get a good read on so far through one round robin.
We have. I think that I'm honestly a lot higher on Weibo than I think a lot of the rest of the talent team. I do think they've got real potential. It's just that they've not necessarily been able to show that so much. I mean, they came in, I think they were 3-2, so they're off the back of a couple of series losses, if memory serves, and that actually, that they've had really good bright spots, but they've also had a couple of really shaky series, and I think that versus Team WE, this is about them setting themselves up for being for not being in the bottom two, most importantly. And I think that this is obviously a very important series. If they end up losing versus this WE team, it puts WE one game closer and sort of pushes that conversation a little bit more so toward WE getting out of that bottom two and really being in trouble for the play-ins.
Well, let's start breaking down our teams before we get into those loftier goals about how the bottom group Ascend figures out. We'll first introduce the team that you said you were much higher on, Redude, Weibo Gaming. And it's not hard to see why, from a roster figure, why Rude Dude feels they're much better than below 500. Breathe in the top side, Tien in the jungle, the Spring Tiger, the General, whatever you'd like to call him, Xiao Hu in the mid lane, Light and Crisp to round out a team that, again, has its strengths, has some of these players getting back to former form. It's if can they do it, one, consistently, and two, all on the same page.
And I would like to, keep our eyes on this bot lane in particular. I think that it's all about how Crisp has reincorporated himself into this roster as to how well Weibo sort of have been doing. I mean, we've looked quite heavily as well at that top side of the map for Weibo as well. Breathe in particular has also been one of those crucial parts of this Weibo Gaming roster. And we've got a couple of highlights here of what he has been able to do for this team. Notably, you'll see the majority of these highlights are on those frontliners, on those tanks, but playing on the edge, finding those advantages, and I think actually in certain situations, setting up for his team as well.
I'm with you, Rude, because I think what Breathe does is kind of all the intangibles, one ways to label it, right? He plays these frontliners, these Casantes. He nullifies a lot of lanes pretty well. And what impressed me most about him in Split 2 was how he's able to play the side lane. I remember specifically his series for Weibo against IG where they kind of won a game without ever team fighting, and that's because Breathe was just constantly able to take like inhibitor turrets on the side lane, never allow IG to set up a team fight. That's the kind of stuff that I think Breathe does really well for Weibo, and much like the rest of Weibo, as we talked about, the consistent play of that sort of aspect from Breathe has been here and there so far through Split 3.
Yeah, and I mean, Weibo, have been a team that can frequently go and play sides and use Breathe to be able to do that. I mean, you got to see there a couple of glimpses where actually Breathe in a team fight, setting up with that Casante, making a good play happen, but also setting up for those dives on a Jax pick where he's actually able to control the laning phase, be a pretty decent laner, and actually somebody that kind of needs to be feared if you are WE coming into this as well. I think that, we look up against WE Cube, who's notoriously been maybe one of our weaker top laners in Group Ascend. There is a very real expectation that Breathe will exploit that in this series.
Yep, and it's hard for Cube to find much success on any champion that isn't named Sion. I always love to bring up the meme about his Sion win rate, and WE's win rate with it. But let's now introduce the rest of Cube's squad here, outside of just the top side, which is formerly Team WE, one of the few rosters that has made virtually zero changes coming into Split 3 off of their climactic run through the lower bracket. It is Monkey on the jungle, Karis in the mid lane, Taeyun, and Vampire to round out this squad that really embodies, in my mind, Rude Dude, the definition of we're all going in, and boy, let's hope it works out.
Boy, let's hope that that's good enough. I mean, we also like looking at this WE sequence as well. Are a little bit worried for them, but importantly, we kind of have to remember that for WE, they will always get that opportunity to make a playoff/play-ins run, I think that after split number 2, they do get a little bit of good graces with that. We get to see some of their highlights, though. You can see that in this game, especially versus BLG, one of our, the probably top team in the LPL right now. They're actually able to do a pretty good job and actually force them to that 3rd game, and at the very least take a very convincing game number 2 up against them, even if that comes at their own cost.
Well, this is the fun thing we're doing about the mirrored format of the double round robin is these are clips actually from both of their BLG series, because they played BLG last in the first round robin and then first subsequently in the second round robin. And in those series, they were able to force them to the distance twice. And the thing I want to point out here about WE, you mentioned it with the hero playoff run, is at their peaks in single games, right now, they can beat the best team, you pointed out, in BLG, and come away with pretty convincing wins, even playing from behind like in this current fight we're watching. But then you see other points, like you mentioned in Game 3 of their last series, the first time they played BLG, fumbling Game 1 pretty hard, where you just go, what the hell were WE thinking?
And as well, I think WE are one of the teams who have been most frequently hitting Game 3s. Like, their actual game score isn't necessarily as bad given their record here, where yes, they've lost, seven series, whatever it is. They've actually done a pretty decent job at forcing 3rd games out of pretty much every single team that they played up against. So we know that there are highlights for this WE roster, and that it just hasn't come out and come to form in the best of 3 format.
And before we get to walkouts, I want to make sure to remind everybody, with a similar series score, where WE were at standings-wise and record-wise in Split 2. There are a couple things that are different. There were 10 teams in Group Ascend. You played a couple more round robins. But again, why you can't fully panic on WE is to remember that they started out 0-6 in Split 2. They looked like a bottom-of-the-barrel team, and none of that mattered because once playoffs came around, they were the biggest playoff rising squad.
Yeah, and that's just something that, again, is a little bit intangible. You can't really put a quantity on it as to what turns on their heads, because at this stage, you're just thinking, is it just best of 5 format? Is it something else entirely? Either way, it's the fact that we know that this WE roster we can't particularly count out just yet. They are most likely to play up against a really tricky team in Group Nirvana, but that could still be the start of the spark that we're looking for. And even in, Split 2 playoffs, we did see a couple of upsets where we got to see JDG fall to the lower bracket early on, and we saw WE knocking out really, unexpectedly a couple of strong teams.
But it is still very much so a crutch when talking about WE now. That, hey, they're playoff risers, because where they're at right now is some of their most dysfunctional League of Legends, as we do welcome ourselves in to WE's home arena. I'm getting that one right. I have nailed down my home arenas there in the LPL.
Now pronounce it.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I might have completely booked that one.
I'm throwing you under the bus. I have no idea. I have no idea. So, I just wanted to throw you in and see at the deep end. I don't think you've done too badly. Our producer did give us the correct pronunciation, but I again, shout out to Kai. I don't want to butcher his words and make it seem even worse than it would have done. Either way, though, we have to quickly credit the fact that with WE being, in that little bit of a home arena, there are expected gyos as we move into that game number 1. The draft for which we imagine will be starting in perfect order. Yunara, I'm happy to see making it onto that blue side ban. Let's just on that red side ban. Let's just never see this champion.
All right, no Yunara, 100% ban rate. Varus ban? Are we gonna get that?
Pantheon?
Because it's Varus, Pantheon, Rumble, Trundle. So all 3 of those champions we just said, Rude Dude, are gonna make it through here for B1.
Please, you take the virus. No, you take the virus. Well, it's Weibo that are going to get their hands on it, and we talked about the idea of Rumble could come through. Then the Pantheon can go into the jungle as well, set up really nicely. You may well also see a little bit of a Jarvan. I know that teams are quite happy to give Varus over and maybe play something like a Wukong as well if they want to try and bully out that Varus through the early and the mid game. WE though,
we've seen this before.
Their first priority. Maybe Rumble just completely off the face of the earth, as the Pantheon does get locked in, but it's alongside the Talia.
What a fun litmus test we have, especially knowing what we talked about for NIP in our last series, that they very well so could match up against WE later on. that WE in their first game go with the same R1, R2 that we just saw, convincingly executed. So now Monkey and Karis, can you do the same against an opponent that very well could be challenging you in an elimination format?
And it is those WE solo laners who have been that little bit of inconsistent for me, as we get to see Breathe get his hands on Ambessa. This is a champion that actually relatively frequently is banned away from him, but is now given over to that star top laner that we'd highlighted for Weibo. We'll see what it is that Cube looks to go into it. Obviously the Scion banned away from Cube, as he will not get his hands on it. And I don't know that I like this pick if they want to try and lock that in. Ambessa, one of those few champs with several dashes, so the Dark Procession not particularly useful. But with double immobile backline, maybe we're thinking for a little bit later on.
Maybe we're thinking, let's spread the map up and play our globals best. We have a side lane threat on one side, and we have Karis and Monkey that can spring a trap whenever. And I'm glad you highlighted that Varus and Orianna are particularly susceptible to this deadly combination. Moving into second phase bans, though, I do like to just see good, death ball pairings banned away for WE. Nocturne's the first one. Jarvan, I think, isn't enough of a ban to here. Maybe, Xin Zhao, two staple bans that pair up really well with the Orianna.
And I do want to quickly highlight as well that this does pinch that jungle pool that little bit further, as we've already highlighted, but that we're actually looking at AD carries that WE want to take here. Pretty much everything is still open for Taeyun. We've seen him default to things like Corki to Ezreal as well, but the Varus taken away from him is a pretty big boost for Weibo Gaming. So we'll be curious to see what it is that they look to match with down on that bot side. And then importantly, looking at how well these compositions are functioning already for WE. They have got the ability to play these side lanes very well, so something with that wave clear, with the ability to stay safe, is actually going to be pretty important.
Taeyun hovering two interesting ADs. His Corki is one of his most played. He locks that one in. The Jhin, I would wager that the most consistent Jhin gameplay in the LPL, really across the whole year, I think, has actually come from Light. So that would have been funny to see him lock the Jhin into Light on this Varus. But he's going to go with the Corki. Does have that dash available, but does bring a ton of that mid-game power spiking you're looking for. Works well with the Pantheon and the Taliyah in that aspect. As we're going to see a rare B5 Wukong. It's very rare to see this champion slip this far down into a draft, but you got to be happy for Tien to get it.
Yeah, and I mean, they prioritized taking away the Nocturne Orianna combo, which was, one of the bans that they took in that second phase, but it does leave open this Wukong. And interestingly as well, maybe I'm just completely over-prioritizing Vi, but another time where she just gets slipped completely through the draft. Question now, though, for WE, what do they want to round out into that support role? Again, I think that safety in the mid lane is what we're looking for from them, and the Alistair kind of gives that to them as well. WE want to play on these side lanes. They want to use the Yorick, use the Taliyah and Pantheon combo to probably go and sustain Cube in that side. And if you're Breathe in this game, you really need to be careful. If you're Xiaohu in this game trying to play side lane, you really need to be careful. One of the hallmark problems that we see from Weibo is that they get picked on sides, and usually it's Xiaohu that they get picked late game. That sometimes can come from Tien as well. So Weibo got a bit of a difficult time ahead of them to make sure that they don't get picked up against this quintessential pick composition.
They also have to make it a priority, though, to stay aggressive with their comp, because what we saw from LGD up against a very similar mid-jungle, similar kind of style, was just playing pretty slow and a bit disrespectful on those sides like you alluded to. But the main thing I want to see why Weibo need to be proactive, one, you drafted your own, Circles of Death Wombo combo with the Wukong and the Orianna, right? But two, if you can get ahead, if you can cut down, acceptable spaces of the map for this York to play on, Cube becomes incredibly useless.
Yeah, that's pretty true. And if you are just able to, very simply keep the Yorick at bay, hey man, this guy does very little things. I mean, there was a reason that he was kept out of pro play for almost a decade, it feels like. And the fact that he's able to re-emerge with the rework that, didn't really bring him back into the fold all that much in the first place. There's a reason that it was a weak champ for a while. Some buffs have given him some good laning phase and maybe the ability to split push, but whether or not WE can execute on that, we'll have to wait and see.
For now, we are going to get the home crowd at Xi'an supporting their team. Team WE are going to need it as they look to find a second series win
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎它。
The away fans, as we would call them in Weibo. Yeah. Maybe I might give a slight edge to them there, Rude, on those gyos. But we do get diffed by the stadium mics. We don't know where they're placed and where the fans are closest to those said mics.
Yeah, exactly. And it's important as well to realize that for WE that these games are incredibly important if they want to really stand a chance at getting themselves into a series up against a potentially weaker Group Nirvana team. They probably need to come away with a win here. This is one of their more realistically winnable series that they're going to have. And that WE, again, we highlighted that they are kind of game 3 merchants. They will look good for one game, but it's then about how well can they close out a series, and so far only once this year have they been able to, or once this split, I should say.
We see both junglers again matching each other through their clears, as Weibo and Crisp should have level 2 suited somewhat safely here, but with Pantheon's advantage over the Wukong, we talk about level 6 priority. Whenever we see, you know, Tien show up on the map, I would hope, and knowing Monkey's aggressiveness, that he is going to try and threaten this Wukong. First spot to likely do that could maybe be this topside crab they're both going to pass. Good headbutt.
Yeah, nice little interrupt there from Vampire onto Crisp. But with this push coming through down on that bot side, I want to highlight quickly that this poke Varus coming in for light. It does mean that the consistent DPS for Weibo's composition is going to be a little bit shaky as we move later on into this game, and that we are going to be relying more heavily on that poke and then into sort of one-shot combos as Monkey's already looking mid lane.
There we go. Yep. Flash with the stun. Yes, he will. Xiaohu going to flash back after, but there should be enough damage with long-range spear. Maybe one more Q from Karis. Yes, he gets it. The Spring Tiger is put to slumber.
And Karis there didn't even use or have seismic shove, it felt like, but they were able to find the damage regardless. Xiaohu not flashing away from the initial stun from Monkey costs him his life, and first blood in the mid lane. The early aggression of this Pantheon coming through.
This is what is most inspiring about WE, is Monkey's proactivity early on as one of those aggressive junglers. Tien is going to try and catch him on his red buff, but Karis reads it really well. Going buddy-buddy with Monkey, and now he's not even really going to lose it. He can't. Oh, he could still lose his red buff.
There's a ward on the entrance to the jungle, so they knew that Tien was going in there. They know that he's not actually left yet either. So Monkey kind of playing this game of where is the Wukong? He's able to smite away his drugs, but taking a big chunk of damage here, and probably going to have to give up this red buff. He went for that gank in the mid lane, and it's costing him dearly right now, as Karis would like to be able to come and help him, but doesn't really have the time in the lane to be able to do that.
No, he doesn't. And now Cube needs to be mindful of where Tien is also positioned now that we've gone pretty vertical on these jungle paths. Crab is going to be given over to Tien, but Cube does need to be careful with how this wave pushes up against him. Tien, though, not really ever looking his way towards topside. Again, Wukong's gank threat is really not online until the cycle comes across.
Yeah, he does nothing pre-level 6 is you know, the TLDR. He really struggles to find those aggressive plays and to be able to conceive of getting a gank off before that cyclone is available. Cull taken here by Light as well. Worth highlighting that he's working his way towards that 2-item power spike, but he's going to take a really long time to get there. He's taking this longer pit stop through the tier, through the Cull as well. So sitting back, relaxing almost in this early game.
Sitting back, relaxing bot side, because Weibo are looking to fight on those ultimate timers. We already talked about it for Tien, but it's also very apparent where Xiaohu is a bit behind the curve after that first death. He still is pretty competitive in CS by this point, but is still a flashless Orianna as well that Monkey can look to try and punish, as Xiaohu is going to reset in this brush, and WE looking to spring the trap or at least stop his reset comfortably.
Yeah, and I like the heads-up play there from Karis, kind of expecting Xiaohu to have recalled there. Actually, if Monkey hadn't have shown and Xiao hadn't have interrupted his recall, there's a world that flick lands and we're actually able to find a little bit more damage onto Xiao. But instead, these mid laners are going to take those traders of recalls. Remember that the Orianna was picked into the Taliyah. This is typically a winning matchup for the Orianna. We see a lot of mid laners opt into this and normally are able to establish priority in that 1 versus 1 matchup. But it's Karis, though, with that first blood, who's been able to eke out just the small advantage of that 300 gold with that there. But again, these two teams doing very minimal to accelerate the pace of this game. It's just sat back farming approach, with the gold being pretty much dead even across the board. And with that, you have to think about, well, the scaling aspect of both of these two teams. Not necessarily going favouring one way or the other, with it all just being poke more than anything. It's coming down to those executions around those team fights.
Here we go, as Vampire flash after Light. Good interrupt comes cost from Chris, so Vampire can't get onto Light. But Monkey's gonna Josh on TN, the lowest member of this stage so far, to the piercing arrow. Knocks Monkey very low. His E drops out as well. Taeyun is the most healthy member, but does he want to Valkyrie forward? Not with the cooldown up just yet, and everyone walks away a bit more bruised and battered than they came in.
Yeah, and Light there with a miss actually on his hail of arrows means he doesn't reset the blight stacks, doesn't get to be able to charge up another piercing arrow, which could have taken down Monkey, could have taken down Vampire. If that E lands onto Monkey, he can actually probably take down 1 or 2 members with that and get a real advantage over to Weibo's side, but rare miss costs him dearly, and now he's forced under the turret with 40% HP and gives now the window for WE to decide how they get those resets.
First Dragon is calling the name towards me here. The fact that still kind of just chilling out there, right? We talk so much about how the Grubs timers have changed a lot to try and make sure we don't have the classic Drake for Grubs trade, but that could be a reality here. We've seen this, though, from game 1. It's the Grand Starfall ult to secure a mid laner's death with no flash up. It just comes up now for Xiaohu, but doesn't matter. He's got a great screen.
Yeah, and now that's another kill into Karis, this Taliyah pick. Again, we talked about how many high priority picks had been let through this draft, that actually this was, I think, Red side coming away with the advantage in those prio picks, with the Varus being traded for, you know, the Taliyah and the Pantheon. Actually give WE a little bit of an edge in terms of what they've been able to come out on top of. Vampire, though, on a pink board here, just get spotted.
Karis has Weaver's Wall if he wants to kind of stop the advancing Weibo, but Tien is going to flash forward to get the Cyclone onto Monkey. Chains of Corruption going to be cleansed by Taeyun. Chris cannot get a Grand Entrance knockup, but Vampire does not have Unbreakable Will, so this is a much squishier Alistair that will fall. Light picks up that trade. WE bite off a bit more than they could chew, going for the Grubs right after that pick play.
They do find 2 of the Grubs. They do lose out on their support, so overall they'll not be, you know, kicking themselves that they've lost that, but they'll be a little bit disappointed that they weren't able to find a fight afterwards. I think in this game, Vampire's job is to really protect Taeyun, to protect Karis, and him acting as that front line. It can work, but also needs to be able to fluctuate between protection and that engage. And when he's left isolated solo almost in that front line, he doesn't really have the ability, especially at level 5, to create space for his squad, and ultimately pays the price for it. Taeyun, though, doing very well in that farm, matching up quite nicely with Light, and both of these 2 AD carries are going to get to that Muroman and Spike at a pretty good time.
Speaking on spikes, though, Aiden coming out here for Cube, as you see his ghouls get him a plate from 90 feet where he's recalling from. How much different does this game look now from WE for you, Rude Dude, that Cube has had a pretty undisturbed time through the early phase and now gets to a much more potent spot with this Yorick?
I think it's just all about how well Weibo control those sides. As long as they've always got somebody matching the Yorick, it really doesn't matter that he's had a pretty quiet laning phase, because you know, we move into the late stages of this game and he's going to be a Yorick in a team fight where he's going to walk around really slowly and probably get kited. So it really does matter to me how well WE are able to leverage those side lanes and how well they can draw pressure across the map to make Breathe move.
Movement right now, he starts to Drake Pit as a Monkey is going to secure that one remarkably late. It is rare that you see Grubs go down before first. So that Drake is picked up for now, as we see the lane assignments relax back into where they were early, but I expect bottom lanes to swing over towards the mid lane sooner rather than later.
And with how slow-paced this early game has been, it's a good time for us to get a check-in as to where the gold lies, as well as Karis got a couple of those kills in the early stages of the game, so we are really looking at, once again, our mid lane over prior.
Rinse and repeat, but Xiaohu was better positioned this time and does not pay with his flash. We do see an engage, a snap back on by a flick onto Karis. Wasn't expecting Vampire in that bush, was Tian, and the shockwave hits absolutely nobody. Tian goes down, the jump is on to Xiaohu as well, but W don't need to push too much further for another kill. They've already got feats of warfare, and they've already shocked Tian on his first Cyclone.
Yeah, and that's just not what you were looking for, really, for Weibo, and it's once again Tian who's frequently been one of the bright spots of this Weibo Gaming roster, but actually really in a bit of a pickle in that mid lane, ends up falling as now Weibo are looking to make a play on this top side. Crispin Xiaohu looking to walk up top here, but again, if they can't cut this wave, it's going to be incredibly obvious what's looking to happen. Xiaohu with no ultimate, yeah, quite rightly, just goes back to mid lane. There's nothing really doing on this top side, as Cube doing quite well at just absorbing a little bit of pressure.
Look back here. Tian, I mean, he actually knows Vampire's here. This just feels like a really errand engage from Tian.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely misguided. The Pantheon is always going to be able to get there in time to turn this one back around, and you're engaging onto an Alistair of all champions. He's got that point and click CC, like he doesn't even have to auto-attack you, he just snaps you with the Q, and there you go. Attempted fight onto this top side, Monkey not quite able to get in time to find that stun. So there's a lot of people to walk away, but Weibo with a bit of a shaky early game, which honestly, up against that in their top esports series, was where they looked the strongest.
Yeah, but there's been a lot of worries about Xiaohu's early games, and now transitioning into mid-game, public execution, gonna find Jack squat, and it's Breathe that gets dove, and Monkey picking up another kill, and on top of that, Yorick gets more plates. This game is trending more and more towards the game style that WE want, minute by minute.
100% kill participation so far for Monkey has been instrumental in finding the early game lead for WE, and then we compare that to Tian, who so far has been really absent. Second Cyclone of the game, he gets killed on. The first one, yes, they were able to stop that Void Grub take of going 3 for nothing, but still got a small amount of Void Mites for WE, and now light in this mid lane. You can see Vampire waiting with Flash in the brush, but won't be able to find the angle onto him. The mid-jungle duo, once again for WE, this time round, coming up trumps. Karis with 2 kills, Monkey with 2 kills, and we need to keep looking to them to see if they can be consistent, if they can carry WE to a Game 1 win.
Well, Rude, that's interesting. Carry to a win, because that's certainly something you guys can all look to do. Hold on, actually, hold this. Tian might just be completely caught going for a grub here. Gets the Scuttle Crab Smite, and actually with the teleport turn, Tian's just gonna look to aggress with Xiaohu coming nearby. Cube, no flash anymore. Shockwave Shoulderman plays it, not even gonna need it. Grand Entrance is gonna knock down Cube. Nice little 180 there from Weibo.
And TP up to that top side so they don't miss out on anything, so that Karis can't find anything in that mid lane, and it's just a steal away. As now maybe WE are looking to re-engage themselves in this bot side jungle, but there's still a shockwave available for Xiaohu. If they press too far forward, yeah, Weibo, they definitely can look to take a fight here.
And they'll cautiously walk themselves back on out here. A lot of really good play there from Weibo, utilizing their TPs. Something that I was kind of talking about earlier with how we've highlighted Monkey's full kill participation. If you guys at home want to, play the Pantheon in the jungle, be super effective on the map everywhere, want to utilize Weaver's Walls really well from Karis, play Vampire's Alistair to the best protection that you can. There's one place you got to go to learn stuff like that. It's from the pros and our sponsor, ProDiff.gg. You want to learn from the best when it comes to the LTA, the ERLs, the NACL. Make sure to check out ProDiff.gg and use our code here to directly help the LPL English. LPL10 saves you 10% if you want to learn how to play like the pros in your own solo queue games.
A very worthwhile investment, and certainly something that people should be considering. And as we move into 20 seconds before this Drake spawns, we are dead even still here. Slayer, a small advantage in the mid-jungle for WE, but look at those AD carries. Taeyun here quietly getting very out-farmed as Light able to finish off that cull, go back to base, sell it. He's now sat with a serrated Dirk on top of the Yomus, so he's feeling really confident about his power level currently in this game compared to a Trinity Force for Taeyun, so he's not weak. There's a lot more power in the Varus and a lot more range, importantly, as well, to pack that punch around an objective if the teams look to skirmish.
Talked about it earlier, Arun, with this Poke Varus. One of the strongest AD carries, maybe the strongest, on 2 items early on with those lethalities. So having the lead is one thing, but being ahead of the curve with your item allocation is another. Right now, W are allocating resources towards this Rift Herald that Weibo do not have the inside track on. Tien's late, but he still wants to fight with Breathe on the top side. They're once again just targeting Cube, getting all these ultimates on top of the York. The Shockwave is only going to find its mark on the Vampire, and Aaron Flash going to come out for Breathe as well. W have a chance to try and turn this fight behind Monkey, but a piercing arrow nearly takes out Vampire. Noteworthy word there, nearly. The kill does come from Taeyun, as Weibo actually walk out of that without the Herald and without a single kill.
Yeah, so just a quick 1-for-0 plus a Herald there for WE. A small advantage going their way, but it's by no means convincing, as it was a fight on a very, very close standing between these two teams. Importantly, Karis with a very good Weaver's Wall makes it so it's really tricky for Weibo to get all the way into this fight. As it's an engage, and again, it's a split. Look at this Weaver's Wall that comes across the back here, and Light, importantly, walks back, so he's on the back side of this. Can't make his way in. Despite the fact that Tien here gets double cyclones, Xiaohu wasn't able to get into this fight, Light wasn't able to get into this fight. And actually, WE played with their health bars very well. You could see Cube blinking low HP bar. Vampire, the same story. Two frontliners doing a great job at using every ounce of their HP before going down.
Now here's what the win there does for WE as well. Again, the goal lead is marginal, but the map pressure that it brings, being able to play for now a Drake win con, up 2 Drakes, having the Rift Herald and 2 Grubs, it all just further compounds this full map threat that WE have. Cube, still, again, 1 Aaron death. He got a ton jumped onto him in that fight. You have Monkey and Karis, who are still in prime position to get to 2 items and threaten side lanes constantly. WE can really just suffocate Weibo, never letting them get towards a 5v5 that their comp desperately looks to play for.
Yeah, I think importantly, if you can continue to use those sides, we'd be very happy with WE, and again, look to see them try and take this game. I want to re-highlight the expectations for these two teams, though, and what they're looking to accomplish. WE, I think, maybe unjustly 1-7. At their best, they've taken 2 games off of BLG already this split, but now Xiaohu aggressing onto Karis didn't go for the shockwave without the team just too far. But they are a team that can and have already taken games from the best. They are not a team to take lightly, but Weibo need this win. They need to keep WE at arm's reach. They don't want to be in that bottom 2, and honestly, for Weibo, they're not far away from top 4. They're really not far away at all from being able to just grant themselves a playoff spot and not having to go through that play stage.
That's a great point to make. We have top esports at BLG. It's kind of like Grim Nirvana, right? It's top esports at BLG. A lot of teams catching up to them, not a reality. But below that, it's really wide open. So who wants it more? Especially knowing this is the final split in the year of 2025, the final Rumble stage for all these teams, especially Weibo, a team that we have exhausted all adjectives, verbs, statements about. It's a Xiaohu team. It's a Tien team. Light here as well. Like, they need to be competing for worlds. They don't need to be fighting with the scraps in Group Ascent.
Yeah, and I think importantly, WE have constantly upsold themselves, and with 4 spots in the LPL available to go to Worlds. I mean, if you look back at Split 2, WE, they did a very good job, and maybe they can look to repeat that here as Tien will use the clone to get out from any danger. A whiff there from WE with those big global ultimates.
So now Weibo, how do you punish that going forward? The immediate way is that Xiaohu knocks down the top tier 1 turret. There's a way for W to answer it now. But Otacon is up in 5 seconds. The global threat on the map is down. With that buff up right now, I want to see Weibo be aggressive here.
I do want to call out some itemization choices, actually, that the Bloodletter's Curse here for Xiaohu is an item that I'm not a fan of when you're solo AP. You can probably go for something that's a little bit harder hitting with reducing the magic damage or magic resistance. Maybe it's to give Light those better blight procs, is worth mentioning, that lower MR on the magic damage from the Blight might be pretty useful, but Weibo here setting up their own little trap as Karis and Vampire now strolling.
Ooh, good flash from Karis, but Vampire can't say the same about him. He's pretty tanky, so how long can he thrive on? He will successfully get himself out, but it's flash off Karis and Vampire.
TP from Karis into the mid lane, so he
they're
gets
going
out.
mid.
Herald being used in the mid lane. They'll be able to take this turret. No Atakan start here from Weibo, so Weibo started for a play on that top side. They tried to make some impact, but ultimately got nothing.
Oh, but Karis is disjointed from Monkey and Taeyun without flash, but it's Vampire to save him with the double headbutt pulverize. Karis gets himself back out. Xiaohu has to play back as Tien dashes forward, but where's the rest of Weibo? They can't get anywhere close to their jungler, and now you've lost Tien with Atakan able to start up here for WE.
And no Chain of Corruption, no quickness as well. Shockwave coming up in about 15 seconds. The contest from Weibo, it's not easy, but I do think that it's possible. Teleport in from Xiaohu, so they want to try and stop this from going down. Public execution available as well. Poke from the Varus, still there. But look at the flank angle. Vampire, he's in the pit.
He's found out, but at least he's drawing Breeze's attention. One of those members that still has ultimate up. The Shockwave hits on it too. A clutch one from Xiaohu, but it doesn't get them Atakan. It only is able to find one kill back, but now Xiaohu has to flash away from Cube. Cube is holding both carries at bay, but it's Breeze getting work done on the front side of this fight. Monkey's the only one left up with Vampire, trying to stun, slow up this maniac of an Ambessa running wild in their back line, and he's bought enough time for Cube to get knocked down by Light, who steps up to clean up the rest of these kills until he gets no, Light!
WE come out on top. They got the Atakan as well. Monkey is saved by a missed input. So rare to see, but this is what you get with Poke Varus. Your attack speed is so slow that these AD carries are so used to auto-attacking at the speed of light that he can't get it through in time. Xiaohu takes down the Corki without a thought. It's so easy for him, and Cube able to just zone away this backside fight of Light of Xiaohu, and he draws Light away, and you think that actually, because they're able to kite it out, the CC chain between the Alistar and the Pantheon, it's enough to take down the Ambessa before the Varus gets in here.
I don't want to watch.
Divine Sundered Sky brings him a little bit of health. He cancelled it.
It hurts.
He just needed to stand and hit.
And the worst part, Rude. I don't know if it was a 700 gold shutdown, but it was at least, I don't know if it was a 1,000 gold shutdown at the point, but it was at least a shutdown too. Oh, that is, it can happen to anyone, okay? Here's the takeaway. It happens to way too many of you in your solo queue games. It can happen to Light.
Yeah, and I mean, that might well be the difference here between, ultimately, the momentum setting up for Baron, setting up for Soul, setting up for Dragon. Like, if that fight goes slightly differently, Light, he's probably able to last hit Monkey, might be able to chase down Vampire, find a couple of kills. He's probably sat here with the Mermana completed, and he's able to actually contest for mid-prior, really deal some damage with that poke, as now WE once again fishing.
That's just a dreamland right now. It's the public execution from Breathe on to Monkey into the two-man Shockwave. There's the CC layered beautifully from Weibo that they drafted for. Cube's teleport's too late. WE still looking like they want to fight though. The good flick back coming across from Karis. Breathe is going to have to get himself out with a couple of dashes. Taeyun and Cube still want to step up despite the fact they're down 5 versus 3.
Yeah, the carry still with full HP does allow for WE to do a little bit of pushing off and may even try here to cut off Karis with the wall available. Maybe they're going to look for Light as he's able to Youmu's out to safety, but they do get the tier 2 turret down, so a small win all the same for WE. We look 3 minutes into the future, that's when that Dragon Soul is available, and we talked about the composition that Weibo have drafted for themselves. They're very poke geared, they're very centered on being able to do chip bits of damage before a skirmish and then nuke people with this Ambessa Orianna, Wukong Orianna combo. But with a Mountain Soul on top of WE, that becomes infinitely harder because those Varus Qs don't do anywhere near as much work. The Orianna Shockwave doesn't hit the same, nor does the Cyclone, and if Weibo can't contest for this, WE put themselves in a very good spot to be able to stall what the majority of Weibo's composition is looking to accomplish.
talked about the burst of Weibo's comp in so many aspects. Yes, poke, but still burst poke here. From Light, what absolutely ruins that? Mountain Soul. The WE are in prime position to grab, like you called out, 2.5 minutes from now. And it's Weibo that have to find that answer. But this is where, you know, the strategy of League of Legends really becomes plentiful. And I like to see WE indexing into spreading the map out. You've got, you know, a Karis with Flash and Weaver's Wall that can get out in a tough spot. You have this Yorick. Make it Weibo's problem to ever try and set up a 5v5, ever be able to set up around the Drake Pit by playing the sides correctly.
Yeah, exactly. You can see that Xiaohu always has to go and respond, that Breathe really should always have to go and respond to Cube. And you just want to make it, as WE, so that it's so difficult for Weibo to ever leave those side lanes. But look at them already, corralling themselves up toward that top side. I don't think that they've really got a good Baron burn composition with this poke Varus, so it is going to be tricky for them to think about trying to go for a trade. But I will highlight as well that WE, they don't have to take this next dragon in 90 seconds time. They can turn their attention up to the Baron. One dragon over to Weibo isn't going to change the course of this game. So take a look at those items once again. Have to highlight that Light now, despite that cancelled auto attack, he sat 3 items. Edge of Night, Muramana, Youmuu's picked up as well. Incredibly strong on this Varus pick. And if Xiaohu can get to that Shadow Flame before the Dragon fight happens, it's a big 5 versus 5 Slayer. We can still very easily see Weibo come out on top.
To track those as we get closer and closer. We crest under the minute mark for that Mountain Drake, and with all the talking we've had about the options available for WE, looks like they clearly value this Mountain Soul more than a Baron setup, the way they have just made this bot side jungle from Weibo their own.
Valkyrie was enough to get Taeyun out to safety. Now Prio for this mid-wave secured by Weibo, but again, Corki, Phosphorus Bomb clears the backline at this stage in the game. A couple of autos will be able to do the job onto that Siege Minion. He's saving his mana though, already half mana into this fight. Not going to have a time to go for a recall. Vision pretty much dark past their own jungle here for Weibo.
They're out a ward that was showing their path so far through the bottom side of this river. Cube takes a reset. I'd like to see if we can get a look at what item he grabbed. It's a big time to reset. I wonder if he's at 3 items, but he's not here to split push. He's here to team fight. WE, how hard do you want to index into 5v5ing Weibo with the gold so narrow and their comp much more powerful in this aspect? They're going to at least pull the dragon aggro.
Right now. And look
at Cube. Yep.
Yeah, they don't need to take this dragon again.
I love it.
They can fish for a steal if they want to, but if they want to give this up, this is a Yorick with a couple of grubs as well. They should just be able to take the entire inhibitor. The way they'll do it quickly, but TP's going in.
They want to fight, and Vampire's going in first. Eats up 2 ultimates on his own. Cube is going to zone breathe off to the side. It's a steal from Monkey. He gets the Mountain Soul. Now the fight breaks out. Monkey has all 5 members on top of the Shockwave, brings him back from the flat. Monkey's going to go down, but Cube's full HP. Taeyun's remained untouched. Karis is not anywhere near low or down and out. It's Weibo that is down and heading for a 1-way ticket back to the fountain, expedited by WE. They're going to surround, rout, and knock down Xiaohu and Light, who will not save this game. Ace to Team WE.
Triple kill for Cube, and the TP Yorick team fight happens to be a miracle send for WE. They take down 5 members, they only lose 1, with Monkey stealing the dragon as well. They can turn their attention up to the Baron. They've got more than enough damage, more than enough HP, and WE have done more than enough to secure themselves a very good spot in game number 1.
What a play from one of the most uprising playmakers in the league. A future bright spot for years to come, it feels like, in the jungle. It's Monkey again with the difference maker.
Q Smite, really difficult to outplay as the Wukong. But I want to keep your eyes on the Alistair this fight, as Vampire, look at him, sat on Taeyun the whole time, and then just playing off on the sides. The second he knows that his Corki is fine, he's all about finding that next target. And the way that WE play with their health bars has been incredible this game. Karis goes gold, and you know that the Weibo players are just sat there thinking, oh, we absolutely can kill this guy, and then Flash comes through, he buys space, he buys time. just for Cube to swoop in around on the back angle. And it does feel bad for Light and Xiaohu because they are playing those fights about as well as possible. They're doing all the damage that they can. But they're trying to do it through Mountain Soul. They're trying to do it when their front line isn't quite as strong as the enemies. And it does mean that they are unfortunately faltering.
They're trying to do it with no sustainable damage in their comp. They're so burst oriented, and it plays right into a very, a Jock Show-led Cube by this point. Monkey, who can throw up that unbreakable wall. He's pretty healthy in the health department as well. Vampire, the unbreakable will. If you are not blowing up Karis or Taeyun by this point, Weibo doesn't have a shot in hell.
I wonder if that's a Sterax being worked towards by Cube just so he can stay in the front lines for even longer, but a 2-level lead now on that side lane. He can just walk up with this Mountain Soul, throw 1 Q, take a third of the turret's HP, rinse and repeat with that Mountain Soul available.
Breathe is going. They're going after Taeyun. Exhaust over top. He cleanses, flashes back, and Breathe can't find an entrance in to kill off the Corki. Shouldn't cost Weibo any of their lives just yet, but all their engaged tools are down, and that means the siege can resume at double power.
Xiaohu caught in the Dark Procession, takes 40% of his health there, doesn't trade the Shockwave, instead loses the mid lane inhibitor, loses the bot lane inhibitor as well, and WE with the Baron are merciless, deciding that this game number 1 is theirs, deciding that Weibo don't have enough to find any form of fight in this series. Game number 1 looks signed, sealed and delivered here, Slayer. 2 minutes 40 on that Elder. With 2 inhibitors down and enough time to go out, set themselves up in top lane, maybe secure a 3rd inhibitor, maybe just take the game here and now and put themselves 1-0 up in this series that we said that for Weibo was a must-win.
And now it's to the point where coaching staff have got to start thinking about the second game, because while this game doesn't have a ton of scaling, you pointed out, it's kind of even between both sides. It's more so the burst countered so well for WE that it feels impossible to crawl back unless they start death brushing, hoping somebody walks into fog where they shouldn't be. Catching Taeyun here, trying to push up this wave onto the tier 2 turret, but all of Weibo are spotted, ushering themselves up to cover tier 2. Karis goes golden to dodge out the public's usage. Great usage of that stasis, but he's still going to get engaged upon and blown up, but the redemption heal saves him. Somehow, Karis survives all of Weibo's onslaught. It's Vampire swinging on in with a 3-man headbutt, pulverize, and boy, are Weibo looking turned into mincemeat. Flashes galore, trying to run away from Vampire, who has sunk his teeth into Weibo. And now Monkey and Cube here to clean up the scraps. It's only Breathe left up, but that could be not for long here as the Weaver's Wall comes down. Here is the cherry on top to a dominating win for Team WE.
The Bash Bros on the top side tear Weibo to shreds. And WE once again find a game and push us already to a game point, that series point, and maybe just their second series win.
And what a series win that would be, but what a game win here for Team WE. They drafted such a powerful, potent duo that's 2-0, by the way, on the day. Here, Rude Dude, the Talia Pantheon is not just 2-0, Exodia in these games. It's 2 different sets of teams playing it, but the Pantheon Talia combos we've seen today from both of our teams piloting it have been nothing short of awesome to watch.
Yeah, and I think that importantly as well, when you look at this from the perspective of WE, this is a team that they are looking up against who's just above them in the standings, and we talk about this for WE as well, that we're looking now at what those play-in implications are going to be. If WE can overtake Weibo, if WE can just put themselves, I think even 6th is a fine position to be in, and then sort of secures your safety into playoffs, even though you have to play that play-in game, that they are actually going to be probably chasing down Weibo with mercy, without mercy even, with that hunger in their eyes to try and take it from them.
And they definitely showed it in that first game. Such an impressive execution on this comp. And that's really been the struggle for Team WE. An obvious statement to make here, but what I've been most impressed with has been Vampire and Monkey teaming up to be able to create plays in the early game. They always do that, but where they falter is to kind of get too far ahead of themselves for how they drafted, right? You're not always going to draft great 5v5 teams that can skirmish, team fight, in all aspects of the game. This game, you really saw Team W recognize that.
Yeah, and I think as well that you got to see in the back half of that final team fight as well, that they kind of knew that they got the gold, they knew that they got the advantage. Like, Vampire's just WQing into 4 people. I saw Taeyun in the mix of 5 people for so long, and I'm just sat there thinking, how is the Corki even still beginning to be alive at this stage? Felt like it was in such an illegal spot, but they knew how to push the envelope, really, and that they needed to push forward, and quite how they were going to do that as well was always very impressive.
Impressive indeed. Also, great to see Cube, who we've put under a lot of scrutiny for his gameplay outside of Scion games, where his tasks are very easy. I think this was a pretty wondrous Yorick game. A perfect mix of threading on the sides constantly, playing your early game slow, but when you needed to bring the Yorick to team fights, he delivered.
Exactly, and you know, somehow I talked about the fact that the Yorick trying to take down an Ori and a Varus actually going to be quite easy, right? You've got the W to lock them in place. If they don't have flash, they get caught out, and they're probably just going to die pretty much instantly. And we got to see that a couple of times where Cube's causing chaos in the backline. He has far too much HP, he's got Jack Show, he's got Grasp going, and the ghouls with the healing as well mean that it's all too simple for Cube to start running away with this. And you know, looking at that, you never really see top laners be the second most damaging in the game, but this time round it was WE that had that, and I do want to compare the damage numbers there because they were very, very similar. And it's not like one team has a super tank, the other one doesn't, but one of my points throughout this whole game was that WE were playing with their health bars a little bit better. Like, Weibo were doing largely the same amount of damage and taking them to largely the same amount of health, but unfortunately they were never able to push it over the line. They were never able to do that final 50, that final 100, and secure themselves the advantage.
And you're going to see it multiple times in some of these fights. It's a great thing to highlight, Rude, is we see early on that classic WE aggression, playing for these crabs, looking for fight angles. They don't always go right. Sometimes, you know, Cube gets picked off, but where they shine is through Monkey on his engages and Vampire able to space so well. The two superstars that have always been apparent.
And again, I mean, we're going to get to see it as well, probably in this highlight package, but this is a fight where the game is relatively even, and probably thinking that this doesn't really matter, but it's this team fight around the Atacon where the momentum really just changes, and it changes off the back of something so unfortunate that if it happens again, you start to think or be really, really worried. But I think that if this, again, cancelled auto attack from Light goes the other way, the entire cadence of the game could have been different. We could have seen something completely different in the way that this game ends up playing out. Like, if I think about how this fight plays out here, okay, he's able to take that kill, take that auto, he probably chases down Vampire and probably gets a second kill, probably starts to push out onto the map and find even more with it.
But that just, you know, is a fantasy to think back to here. And as we roll into these, you know, next couple of fights, obviously Monkey gets the hero steal here, but you highlighted it in the replay, and we're going to see in the next couple fights, when Vampire knows his team is ahead and he can start playing a bit more aggressive, it's just so fun to watch, even on a peel-based champion like Alistar.
Yeah, exactly, and especially then, right, where you get to have that versatility. He just knows that Light's the only DPS. I'm just going to punt him away, and then I'll use him as a taxi onto Xiaohu. And Cube as well, sort of as fast as possible, coming in to protect his team, to protect Karis like he does here. I think Karis is maybe a little bit fortunate that that final auto attack doesn't kill him from Light, but again, that's the difference between having 2 Mountain Drakes and having 0.
Here we go, that last fight where Vampire...
Look at Taeyun's positioning in this, by the way. In the middle of 3, still alive, still alive, still alive, still alive. There we go, finally goes down. There's no way that guy should have ever lived that long.
Yeah, if you're walking or trying to walk around in Mbessa and a Wukong...
You've done something wrong.
As an AD carry, you should be getting reported in a lot of your solo queue games. No, this isn't the reality we're in here for Taeyun. This isn't the reality we're in for WE. Let's talk about player of the game here, though, Rude, because I think there are a lot of decent shouts again. Monkey's, you know, heroics get the Mountain Soul. He was pretty proactive the Pantheon. We talked a little about Cube. Karis gets an early lead. Vampire super impactful. Where's your head at?
I actually think it goes to the jungle. I think Monkey picks this up for his early game impact. Yeah,
nice.
he was pretty much everywhere. I mean, 8% kill participation the first few fights. He had 100% up until then. So really happy with how well Monkey was able to accomplish his job on the Pantheon.
Monkey, as we've seen so many times with Team WE, it's been stated by their own staff, this is Monkey's team. We live and die by Monkey, and of course, he is the leader in MVPs at 6 in that regard. Big shout out to him as he carries home the Pantheon, gives us Pantheon Talia 2-0 on the day. The question now becomes, can Team WE find themselves a 2-0 that they desperately need? They'll have to win another game, and that another game means another draft, and we'll see you guys on the other side of our mission for that said draft in just a few. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English unofficial broadcast as we are getting set here for what could be the final game of tonight if Team WE are able to bring home a series that they've led in. Rude, that has rarely happened, though, in their 8 series so far.
It has. Normally, they go down, and then they find a win, and we think, oh, maybe they'll take the series. And then they lose, and then we think, yes. We're right back to where we've been so frequently with WE. But it's games like that where we think, actually, that's the dice that we've been given, and that's how it's been rolled, that WE, they just don't have what it takes for the series. But if this was like best of 1 formats, they could probably be a lot higher in the standings. Even still, they do look like probably a really solid team in their wins, and then in their losses, we start to question or realize why they are 1-7. So if they can close this out here, maybe we can start to think about them as one of the teams that could potentially knock Weibo down a peg and put them in this lower position and push themselves from the chasing pack into the mid-table teams, which would be really good.
It's the ever-evolving conversation we have to WE. We touched on it in the pre-show a bit. The peaks and valleys of this team are very confusing to figure out. They've seemed to show that they're a playoff riser. They then come into Split 3 and you're like, they're 1-7. What happened to Team WE? And if you forget about Split 2, they like start 0-6 in the Rumble stage of Split 2. They have long stretches of loss streaks in these series, even though they stay competitive in them. So it puts us in a weird spot where we have to give some grace to their losses, but how much grace can you give? I don't really want to give a lot of grace if they somehow lose this series the way they dominated Game 1 and executed the draft, but here comes Game 2 draft, dude.
Yeah, and an early Kai'Sa ban as well taken off the board, so maybe an early look toward dive being thwarted here by Weibo as WE once again keep Yunara on that red side ban list. Gwen joins the mark. Still have to consider our junglers like Trundle in particular, something that could be taken. There's Inzao still available. Azir as well, a mid laner that could very easily be picked up in this game as something that we might look at on B1. Reminder that the Azir, not now with the Talia, not now with the Orianna, and it does get banned away.
But you do give over Trundle, so Tien's going to gobble that one up. Rumble is still available. Yeah, so that's a champion that Cube has opted to play, like many top laners in the LPL. That one will be locked in. Monkey, not going to pick just yet here, knowing the Trundle is the answer. They're instead going to get the Aurora for a lot of spacing that you can bring with these two champions' ultimates.
Relatively early Aurora taken here, but Karis has been one of our more proficient Aurora players. It's now what does Xiaohu decide to take into this? Frequently we've seen more scaling oriented picks into the Aurora, or a Silas as well, something to try and stave off the laning phase but then pop off in the mid to the late game. But Victor gets locked in here, so Xiaohu with a lot of pressure and putting that little bit of a clock onto WE here. Yes, you're going to have some really solid mid game, but if you try and dice with us late game, we're going to be able to take you.
Question becomes now, what does Breathe want to pick into Cube? Don't think there's any big bottom laners that you'd rather gobble up here. Instead, he's going to pick what has been his most consistently well-performing champion, I'd say, in Split 3, Cassante, the ultimate nullifier of whatever carry top laner it tries to go against.
Yeah, I'm surprised a little bit that we don't see the Ornn, but you are quite right that this is more Breathe-coded in the sense that he's able to take this and probably handle his business on that top lane quite well. Karis actually for Taeyun locking in this Ezreal, so giving Taeyun this playmaking capability early on and then pinching the pool of those marksmen in the second phase does mean that they're going to lose out on some high priority for those junglers. I'll be curious to see what it is that Weibo go for banning here. Maybe they're going to take away some really good supports. I think Weibo here, they're happy if WE take the Xin Zhao, if they take the Vi. They've got the Trundle matchup for it. So Weibo, it makes sense that they ban away some of the good supports that would be highly prioritized that you can blind and
Great
then
ban.
put yourselves in a good position.
I love this ban. You have a Victor in the mid lane. You have Rumble's best jungle pairing with the Equalizer. Get rid of the Jarvan. That is huge because it also further opens up more AD carries for Light to pick. He doesn't have to lean on trying to pick a dash-based AD carry in this game with Ezreal and Corki already off the board. Very smart ban. And they might just continue to kind of pigeonhole and take away a bunch of monkey champions like you were talking about so that they force him into a matchup that is not good into this Trundle.
And it does need to be one of those AD junglers, so I expect Monkey probably to just have a pretty rough time of things with regard to whatever jungler he ends up picking here. The double AP solo laners kind of warrants that, and magic damage from the Ezreal as well. It could do with being some pretty heavy AD damage coming out from Monkey. We'll see what it is, but if Vampire wants to take a blind pick here, could look to see a Nautilus or something, Leona maybe if they want some engage. But I do not mind this necessarily as a way to stop taking AD. But equally, like you've said, you're picking a tank into Trundle here, and you're giving over a lot of stats. You're going to be giving over that HP. You're quite easily able to stop the Skarner from going crazy if you can use the E at the right time. So I feel like Weibo have given themselves a really good way for TN to impact this game.
They're going to get light on the Jhin, which I highlighted in the first game. I think he's been one of the most proficient Jhin players this split so far, and you now have a pretty potent range duo in this Victor and Jhin that have a lot of innate CC to create space for themselves as well, and let the Trundle and Cassante run wild on that front line, lean into their sustain. Clear identity for Weibo coming across. The Bard is going to make things fun, as it always is, because Bard is one of the most fun champions to watch play on Summoner's Rift. Ezreal
Karma gets locked in on that bot side though. Bard really good versus those melee engaged supports if you can stave off the aggression, but equally can get bullied out by a Karma here in the early stages of this game, especially with an Ezreal by their side. Expect some high volatility down on this bot side. Spacing going to be really important with it being 4 range champions, and keeping our eyes on Light, how well he's able to utilize that 4th shot. Some of those skill shots as well going to be very, very important. And the hands checks level 1 early on going to be very, very important. Junglers as well, Monkey, Tian, both of which can make an impact in that bot side really early on. I'd like to see that be the case.
The case here for WE though, Rude, is in that early phase. Is it a bit audacious to say they should have 3 pushing lanes in their favor to open Monkey up?
It might not be audacious, but I don't think that you can ever get... It's Karma push, so it's okay. You can probably get push bot lane, mid lane as well, probably not too bad. And then on that top side, it's really whether or not you're expecting the Cassante to fight. And, you know, I wouldn't put it out of the realms of possibility here, Slayer, that, you know, those 3 winning lanes and the 3 pushing lanes at least could just happen.
And with the Skarner, you can drop camps to find effective ganks, and you have very unique paths to do so at that Ixtal's impact. It's what Monkey has made his bread and butter on. Looking for early skirmishes, finding man advantages, and getting WE on that snowball as early as often as they can. But the crutch of this team has not been going to 3 games in a lot of their series. It's been closing out series after they find themselves leads. And boy, do they need a win here to find their 2nd series win in the 2nd round robin half as we bring in the Jayos.
A little bit more evened out, I'd say.
Yeah, there was some major outside noises going on. They're throwing me off a bit. There was like it wasn't like an alarm sound, but there was something blaring in the background that threw off my gauge for this one. Let's see how our AI League of Legends game state reader feels about this game. Bit WE favored earlier on, maybe with the power of Aurora, Rumble, Skarner, and the push lane of the Ezreal, but scaling goes to Weibo.
Yeah, Victor is basically the fault by Crispo. Good angle, Q goes wide. As it is, you know, this Karma Ezreal lane, you're able to actually punish very, very heavily. And even start to go for these early invaders as far as mid lane goes as well. Paris have a little bit more range than the Victor to work with.
A lot of
Q from Light bounces across everybody, but they have to get back into this lane.
They certainly do. Not going to take another Mystic Shot, but interesting adaptation here from Monkey to force vertical clears. Trundle is a full clear merchant, so at the very least of that, it's going to make that full clear a bit more wacky, a bit more treacherous once he goes in towards the enemy side of the map.
So for WE, as we've highlighted, it's about using these early pushing lanes, and
Oh my lord.
in the early aggression from Karis, you can see already not doing too bad a job. It's about using these early lanes to try and generate an advantage early on, and I actually really like this from Tien. He's skipping his top side to go and invade as soon as possible, just because you can already see if Monkey decides to walk in and try and take any of these camps on his top side, his mid laner is going to be able to collapse very easily. So we need to get in that top side early, make sure that I can steal this away before the mid lane pressure seeps into what I can do.
Gonna go next for the chickens, and will not be compromised going for it. So great shout out there, and great understanding of the lane states there from Tien. So we do see the bot lane getting a pretty good push alongside Karis, and yeah, he's gonna look for that gank angle. Xiaohu has gotten a bit more healthy to at least try and assist in this gank, but Karis kind of just walks it on out, and Tien is losing time to clear his camps by sticking around in the mid lane. He does take over level 3 though, but leeches that XP from Xiaohu.
It is worth saying that we get level 3s down bot side. Nice root and good amount of damage, summon heal burn by Crisp. But it's worth remembering here that if a gank in the mid lane specifically from Tien comes through, Karis is always going to have that jump to just be able to hop over the pillar. Now it's about for WE, can they push this wave, and are they looking to dive Monkey? And most importantly, did this ward actually spot Monkey as he moved in and takes these Krugs? Because they're looking for a dive now. Wave has been pushed, no heal on Crisp.
All right, here we go. Can the Ishtal's impact get a slam into a wall? Chris can immediately flash, but there is that clutch E from Skarner, and they're going to give the kill over to Taeyun. Great execution, use of the summoner heal from Vampire and Monkey to bring the CC in.
Go again.
It felt so nice. Why not do it twice? Now Light's going to flash, but he doesn't get far enough away from Monkey. Burns the barrier. Taeyun has to do the same as well. Vampire shielding should be enough with a rock throw for Monkey to pick up the second kill. But mid lane, we see Karis under threat. He's got to flash. Tien's going to follow. One more auto will do it, but the slow is going to stunt the trade. Tien kicking himself, not able to find that kill.
So a 2-for-0 down on the bot side, and the pressure from WE to start this game quickly has been met. Already the Jhin Bard down 13 CS and forced to burn double summoner spells underneath their turret and still go down. Light now trying to make his way up to the top side to try to get away from this difficult laning phase. But the start off from this, really well executed. Vampire toggles the aggro first of all, and then they repeat dive this. And look who takes aggro here. Taeyun. He has the most HP, so he knows he's the one who has to take aggro. He even uses barrier to make sure that they can do this. And then it's just shooting fish in a barrel. If Taeyun had have landed the Mystic Shot, he'd have got the kill. He missed, so his jungler has to step up and take it down regardless. But you just know that they would have sat under the turret, firing those skill shots, waiting to take Light down, and they may just do it again here. No flashes.
Yep. No summoners, no stun from the Bard. It's a stun on the Eshtal's impact into the wall, and feeds a Warfare secured for WE, and they've gotten all 3 of those kills, making it Crisp's problem.
You can take the bot lane out of bot lane, but you can't take the bot lane experience out of the bot lane, unfortunately. And for Xiaohu, he's able to find a good trade in the mid lane, but it's nothing to offset the woeful time that his bot lane are having. Wherever they go, they're just getting 3-manned on repeat.
We've said it so many times today, Rude, but Monkey keeps forcing us to bring it up. This guy, early in games, tank jungler, carry jungler, bruiser. It's just so awesome watching him find these unique angles, and what's not awesome is seeing him get caster cursed as he finds himself in a 1v3, flashes over the fat wall. He's trying to wait for the Ishtal's impact to speed him up through the wall, but the shield for Vampire is not in close enough range, and Tien will get Weibo on the board.
Alright, well, Karma had flash. I'm spam pinging that as well. I don't know whether he'd have got out to safety, but I would have loved to flash Karma shield there to keep the Skarner alive, just to really enforce your narrative. And now on this top side again, Crisp has got the portal, so he can just hop over this wall. Let's see if they stick around to try and farm these creeps, and they don't show themselves for those 2 ranged creeps, which then means that Tien goes back, because Light now takes a chunk of half of HP.
Oh boy, WE don't know it, but right as that Arcane Shift forward came across, Tien hit the base. So
yeah,
sometimes it's just poetic timing.
And look who's top lane. Look at the minimap. Look who's here again.
Oh my god.
Hello!
Again? Oh, I see you guys don't have your flashes back up yet. I'm going to make that a problem.
Heal. They have got heal and they have got barrier though, so...
And exhaust.
With yeah, summon a spell, but Crisp can choose another one. But Monkey, look at his camps, by the way. All 4 of them are up, and he could just be looking to farm. Instead, they are funneling gold into the Ezreal. More plates going to be going over. Another recall from Light and Crisp. They know that even if this is 2 versus 2, they can't step up. And this Jhin, look at Swifty Boots and a longsword. He's in poverty land right now.
Yeah. And he's just going to lose more ways into this turret. It's going to be hard for them to even walk up. Vampire and Taeyun are going to be able to reset pretty comfortably. And yeah, Taeyun's wall is going to look pretty fat here on this reset.
2 levels up, almost double the CS as well as Crisp. Looking for some recalls. Is he going to be able to get back? No, he's not, stunned up against the wall. So a bit greedy from Taeyun there, means that he loses out on a little bit of the tempo on that recall and probably loses a bit of the experience advantage that he did have. Fortunately enough, it's so massive anyway that it probably doesn't matter. As Crisp doing his best to interrupt as many recalls as possible before Karis calls the push wave into the mid lane. Xiaohu forces or uses the Chaos Storm as well to try and choke him out. But it's a question of top side versus bot side in this game here, Slayer, and a reminder that WE, we've talked about Monkey being very aggressive in this early game. He needs to do that. This is a WE composition that cannot be undersold.
Certainly not.
It needs to do well early.
Without a doubt. And I do like to see that Tien improved that farm lead and is now taking control of the grub pit for now. Trying to play back towards those resets on the top side. Gets all 3 grubs into the Trundle team. That's always nice if you win a fight. Trundle is going to obliterate these turrets. But first break is slowly but steadily lining up to beat towards WE as that top lane tier 1 is down to about 2 plates. We'll see if Monkey back out on the Rift is going to make Dragon the trade here. Tien is going to clear back down towards that side. Monkey has a full set of camps to clear on his own. His bottom lanes will return back towards neutral, but again, the 80 carries. You talked about the gold difference, and now we're seeing it culminate in those items. 2/3 of the Triforce already done here for Taeyun, and Light isn't even 2/3 towards a much cheaper item of his own.
Matching up once again, Taeyun and Vampire, the second that Light and Crisp try to get a little bit of a reprieve. They are met with the Ezreal Karma Poke playing duo. And I'm really happy from WE that they are able to look for this R5 counter pick. I don't know that the Karma has been completely indicative as to how this has gone, but it's been such a good pairing with the Ezreal that it allows for this level of zoning. Every single minion they can deny is more experience that Light isn't getting. And that Taeyun is able to farm up another creep without Light ever getting there. You can see, though, on this bot side, they're pushing the wave in, probably not for a dive this time, instead to go towards that dragon. This is more of something that you would see in our solo queue games here, Slayer, where we have bot lane push, so my jungler starts the dragon, and the type of timing that we'd be happy with that as well.
No doubt in my mind. I wouldn't be happy about it, though, if it lets Tien just walk up towards this pit with Subjugate and gets a slap around to Skarner, and that's what Tien's going to try and muscle his way through. Karis eats a full ult combo here from Xiaohu, gets the Arcane Storm out early. It isn't that much more hurt for it. Also no mana on Xiaohu, so I don't think Weibo can use mid lane usher their way towards this Drake pit. And the smite should come through for Monkey, and yeah, he's going to pick up that dragon. Now look to push the tempo. That's a nice pillar, though, from Tien.
Yeah, stops the Skarner in his tracks. It does mean that Weibo are able to get out unscathed. There's a good side step.
All right, exhaust comes down. Tien looking for the trade, but there is the impale. Curtain call in the background is going to come through here with a couple of big crit shots, but Karis is going to drop the Between Worlds. 4th shot hits Vampire. I'll happily take that up because Tien should be the trade. The predict Mystic shot. Taeyun is rent-free in Tien's head right now.
Just pops a Mystic shot over the red buff wall. Says, yeah, you're going to flash here, buddy. Absolutely no remorse. Takes down Tien. And that's why you give this guy the gold. So frequently in split number 2, we were talking about WE being the Taeyun show. Can he step up? And then they bought Monkey in and it became the Monkey show. But Taeyun, he was the player for WE before they had this impactful jungler. And we do need this in a slow-mo. You're exactly right. Curtain call comes through, isn't quite able to do enough damage. I think here, if Karis has enough mana for an E, this could have been very disastrous for Weibo.
Flash here, buddy.
Catch.
There
Here,
you
hold
go.
this.
Yeah, hold that, Tien. Oh, my lord. So now we got a 3-0 Taeyun. I do want to bring it up because we talk all the time about most played champions for a lot of these guys and how high impact they can be. In the year of 2025, looking at the stats here, I'm seeing, I think it's, all right, 24 games. Taeyun is, we'll talk about it in a second. Cube is getting 1v2. Portal diff, good thing he has flash, but there's the pillar used for the stun into the deadly flourish, but where's the damage, bro?
Alas, Tien still has not completed his Trinity Force, and He's not going to be able to get this way, but there's a teleport coming through from Karis. Crisp's going to have that portal back up to get out if they fancy it, but they're TPing in to try and take him down. There's a collapse from the bot lane, though. Is Breathe in trouble? No, everybody's fine. Everybody's walking away. Talk to me about the stats, Slayer.
Yeah, so Taeyun has played 24 Ezreal games in 2025. The next best champion would likely be his Corki that barely crests over double digits. It is at 10.
Yeah.
That is insane.
Taeyun's an Ezreal player. He defaults to this champ
Yep.
very, very frequently. Monkey shows himself in the brush here and is just going to immediately make his way out to safety. But what's next for WE? Again, this is a composition that it gets worse as the game gets later now. They've pushed Light to be very far behind, but they haven't really done that to Xiaohu. So this Victor can still be a problem. Weibo can still scale into this game and let Xiaohu go crazy in these team fights. WE have to continue to push the timer on this match. They probably want to have a decent advantage by that 15-20 minute marker. With only one dragon in their back pocket, they didn't get the grubs. Eyes turn toward that Rift Herald, toward that dragon in 2 minutes time, to see if they can try to find an advantage and start to push those neutral games a little bit faster. Because if they can't, it is just that ticking time bomb before the Victor explodes.
And a bit of a soothing agent to the ailment of this Ezreal as well. Does struggle into tanks later on, and with the subjugate onto this Skarner. Oh boy, Chris, gotta be careful just checking Vampire like this. He's gonna land the root. Karis is right over the wall. Chris is gonna have to flash. Blue buff stolen away by Monkey. True shot barrage. Just a bit high to snipe out Chris.
Not quite able to find the Bard on the top side as Monkey now engaging. Has got Impale.
Yep, they're going to layer the roots. There's the Arcane Storm, but you have the Tempered Fate onto the two backline members that leaves Monkey high and dry. Taeyun going to dash back and eat the 4-shot here between worlds from Karis. Is going to space Weibo back out and shut down any further chase. But good catch there from Crisp.
Second time now in this topside jungle where Monkey has got just a little bit too overzealous, costing himself his life. And it's a good punish from Weibo once again to be able to find that out. Crisp, like you said, with a really good Tempered Fate, kept them safe as Breathe.
Face checking the 3
He's
members,
fine.
but he's super tanky by this point. He has all the AP, magic resist, and boy, nice deadly flourish there from Light. Kills actually go over to Tien. And now they should secure the Rift Herald. WE, it feels a bit illegal to be sticking around here this long. Just layering poke, but doesn't ever stop the goal of Weibo Gaming. Getting that Rift Herald locked down.
They have no jungler. Why? You know,
Why?
Don't contest a neutral objective. You don't have spellbook. You have no jungler. Take the L. Monkey step too far forward. You lose out on that objective. That's how it works. And you know, for me, this is a really, really difficult position now for WE to find themselves in. Yes, there's still a window for them to push the pace of this game and to get further ahead. But I'm really concerned for what Xiaohu can do in this game. 2 assists now on the Victor. That's an extra 40 stacks working towards that perfect hex core. So he should be in a really good spot to make it to that. He's farming incredibly well. Got those couple of assists as well. So he's probably 2.5 of his upgrades already in. One team fight around a dragon is going to be all that it takes for him to finish onto the third. And you can see on the top side, actually, that he's being funneled a lot of gold by being able to take this turret all effectively solo, because there's a little bit of a hover from Tien that just allows for the back off of Cube.
We are going to try and trade the mid-tier one, but Tien's on the flank, and he's trying to run down Taeyun. Good stun comes across from Monkey. Taeyun is going to eat the pillar, but the impale from Monkey, it's holding everyone at bay. Flashback from Taeyun. Tempered Fate's going to grab him, though. Monkey goes down. It has to be Karis and Cube on the flank. Try and shut down this play for Weibo. Taeyun able to get back to safety. Arcade shifts away from the curtain call. But so much use for WE just to protect their AD carry and cut down waves. They still are yet to find a kill.
Equalizer is going to clear the majority of this wave here to defend that tier 1 turret. Karis will be able to secure it with the last hit, but it's Weibo once again stalling WE. Cannot emphasize enough how happy Weibo should be at this stage. We haven't really seen them explode in a team fight just yet, but this just feels like a matter of time until they're able to find that crucial team fight. And for me, Weibo are in a very winning position right now. It's going to be really tricky for WE to find these 5 versus 5 team fights. A double stun from Crisp starts it off. Taeyun, you can see here, knows that he has to get away from Breathe and try to get away from the backline as well. As best as he can, he does manage to get out to safety between an early Q3 from Breathe. Does allow for the Ezreal to get out to safety without getting knocked back. But even still, as we come back to life with Vampire dead, Weibo are really stomping this game now.
Just all the speed of Tien, who we talked about was quiet early, but manifesting gold leads through taking all that farm away. Now he's got the Triforce done, he's 4-1, and with the fact that you can just subjugate onto this full tank Skarner every time, you effectively have 2 pretty fast-paced tanks running right at your Enchanter support and your Ezreal that really struggles to burn through high health bars.
And the same to be said for Karis as well, right? The Aurora, a burst champion. Doesn't deal well with having to do consistent DPS, especially up against your tanks. And that game now of bot side versus top side, well, you know, we did a really good job early on at getting Taeyun gold and delaying Light. But look at the experience. Light is actually up over Taeyun. Look at the items as well. Yomu's picked up early, got the Zeal finished as well. And these AD carries are on a par with one another right now. Whereas I look at that mid lane, I see a Mask and a Leandri's versus a Leandri's and a Rod of Ages. So in 3 minutes time, Xiaohu's going to get a really big spike because he comes on fully to that Rod of Ages hit. As Chris now should be able to just get out over the wall. But Weibo are in a really good spot.
Cornered. Yep. And I love to see the Spectre's Cowl coming out from Tien. He's like, all right, it's an Aurora, it's a Karma, it's a Rumble. Even technically Taeyun pushes out some AP damage with that Essence Flux. So you get a ton of value from MR in this game, and no one knows that better than Breathe as well.
Mechanic picked up for the Cassante, single best item really to just try and deal with the Rumble in the laning phase, and honestly has done a very good job at that, up to 200 gold. Both of these top laners not particularly contributing too much to 1 versus 1 action, but you can see that it's Breathe who's made the better moves into these team fights, and again, a player that we highlighted in the pre-show of this series. We are looking to him to be that playmaker, sort of secondarily for Weibo in these team fights, to try to look to make something happen. As WE, they've sort of slowed down. Monkey getting caught in that topside jungle really slowed their pace. See, as the Atacon has spawned on this bot side, WE struggling to try and find their way in.
Oh no. Okay, I thought Vampire was going to get popped for putting that ward down. Enchanter support really can't afford to walk up to these brushes just like the Alistar did from game 1. They'll lose mid-wave control, and this time Weibo won't look to posture back towards Atacon. Instead, look to reset back out on the map, maybe get their side waves in a more advantageous position, or at the very least make sure that WE can't do the same.
Second item picked up now for Monkey. Waiting to see those second items be finished for Karis and Taeyun before we really start to see WE be in a great spot to fight. So more mana finished already for the Ezreal. We'll see whether or not we can get toward the second mask item for Karis, but Drake spawns in 90 seconds. Atacon already live on this bot side, and WE have been trying so hard for this tier 1. They may fight bot side though.
Redemption, Subjugate, Impale traded, but Monkey comes out way worse for wear, and the Tempered Fate hits onto 2 members, and guess who they are? The bot lane that got that huge lead. It's squashed just like that. The General picks up the double kill, and now Weibo are looking to rout this early game from WE, and they've done so, and their prize is going to be this Octagon Rude Dude, as they are not slowing down.
It's the solo queue special for Light and Crisp here. Lose lane, win game, as a massive fight from the Weibo Gaming support secures them not just 3 kills, but an Atakan to boot. Double kill for Xiaohu, as he is now very happy with those couple of kills. Again, even more Victor Bucks being picked up for him. Rod of Ages ticks over. And, I mean, this fight, it's all about the Bard. Finding a start off, yeah, it's not too great, but Redemption comes down early, keeps his Trundle alive. Double stun onto the backline as he flashes in after this. Catches a double stun. Beautiful. And the rest of it is just curtains. The rest of the team are just so happy to pick this up. Karis wasn't even a part of it as he's recalling bot lane. This is the power that Bard gives you that Karma could only dream of.
That's why we love Bard. Bard, such a fun support to watch when it's played at the highest level. You think about what Crisp was doing right now. You think about over in the LCK. Carry has had some outstanding Bard performances. Even to a lesser degree, we have our own NA guys doing it, but I can't focus on that right now because we're pouring all of our resources into Tien, who this time gets caught in the Impale, but somehow he flashes back out. He's healing through it all. Tien survives, but can Weibo still function without him? Very healthy in the fight. Yes, they can. If another Temper Fate lands onto a low health member, it's Karis that eats the Arcane Storm. The All-Out pulls away his dead corpse as the rout comes on to Taeyu, surrounded on all sides. Both carries down for WE.
And this game's over, Slayer. The Weibo composition scales so much better. They've got a 4k gold lead. They've got a Victor who's already at max stacks, 10 stacks on his Dark Zeal. Xiaohu is not looking like he's going to ever die in this game, let alone like he's not going to be able to win the game at all. And WE, they've just got nothing left in the tank, right? We look at their damage and it's just not consistent enough. Cube has to do so much work to try and get through the front line, but if he spends all of his time doing that, it's the back line that's just going to rip him to shreds. Tien once again, he thinks he's going down. Subjugate the tank. Redemption on top. He's fine. Still fine. Still fine. Still fine. And WE have committed so much into him that it just allows Xiaohu to step forward. Taeyun is 4 levels down on the Victor. He tries to go blow for blow with this Victor, but there's just too much health, there's too much damage, there's too many levels. And Ezreal at this stage in the game just cannot do anything.
Really feels like we've seen the two sides of the WE coin. Because the consistent thing has been they've been one of the most proactive and creative early game teams, thanks to Monkey. But in game 1, we saw how they were able to transfer that into their win con, find success, run away with the game. Now, we get the issues with WE, where they get that same lead, but then they stall out. They're not assured of themselves on the map. They don't have the strengths of a carry top laner when Cube comes off of a more sustainable tank. Karis doesn't show up as a big damage dealer in the mid lane, and this is what you get.
I do like the bloodletters here, right? You've got the Rumble on top, so it should be okay to get some extra damage in for Cube. And they're both benefiting one another with that, not to mention the penetration that comes with it. Taeyun trying to pump out damage, but again at this stage, like, what damage are you doing to Breathe? Is he just going to catch Monkey? Not quite actually with the W. Fortunately.
So tanky. I mean, Breathe just brushes this damage off like dust on his shoulder. Current Call's going to come out. The Graviton stun is going to land on the Monkey. Temper Fate hits 2, but Weibo this time can't afford to step up too far forward. That turret protecting WE.
Oh, good pillar. Good pillar. Cube is fine.
Graviton well. Arcane Storm. Crit shots. A lot onto Cube. Will the ult find the kill? No. The Between Worlds for Karis is going to try and dip back in towards Breathe, who even in the all-out form still will just not die. Feels immortal on the Rift, and with all that damage pushed through onto Cube, the mid tier 2 is going to be knocked down for Weibo.
That's because he is Immortal Slayer. Like, look at the damage profile coming in from WE. Ezreal, awful at killing tanks. Rumble might be okay, but he can never get in range without getting absolutely obliterated by this Victor and Jhin combo, who are absolutely unchecked in these team fights. It's a 5k gold lead between WE and Weibo. And it's a good comeback from Weibo Gaming. Again, their stakes for this series are very high. Currently WE most likely to play in the play-ins, but I kind of value that they could be quite high. Weibo Gaming, though, they could still make it to playoffs without having to play that wet play-in match. If they take a win here, if they find maybe an upset win up against your IGs, your ALs maybe on a bit of a slump, very real possibility that this Weibo squad can end top 4, and I mean, Cube here just in no man's land. This feels like the Cube we're more familiar with.
It's Cube getting boxed in and packed out. It's Xiaohu that's going to likely pick up the kill because he's got a book of his own, up to 14 stacks here. WBG just looked completely lost, and more to what you were talking about, Rude Dude. Yes, dodging play-ins is one thing, but for WBG in particular, we highlighted after the Nirvana series, the difference between playing NIP or EDG right now versus an LGD or a Thunder Talk, night and day. Oh boy, and Vampire is very much dead. All right, see you later. Turret turned off. Tien not going to run too much more forward, but Monkey is pinned up against his own turret. Current call coming onto the back line. Tien get Arcane Shift back, but they lose their front line, and Breeze is going to flash after them, stun them both up, and say sayonara, Team WE. No Baron, no Stool needed. We got the 5 members, and they are going to send us the distance for our last series of the night.
Yeah, WE haven't found a kill in the last 15 minutes. It was 4-2 at one stage, and Weibo have just rolled them in the mid-game.
Big answer back from Weibo after scrambling to catch up in a game one that they never were able to find footing in. They put their foot down on the throats of Team WE as we go to game 3.
And a great win from Weibo. Again, not without its concerns, not without the small issues of the early game. But I do think that for the most part, Weibo understood what their job was, and I do think that WE lost this game. You know, they had the game in their hands. They're the ones that threw it away. Unfortunately, it was Monkey in that topside jungle a couple of times, just actually going too far forward. Didn't quite have the full support of his team. And maybe that's a communication breakdown. Maybe it's him being a little bit too eager to push the pace of that game. I mean, you remember maybe 5 minutes into this game, we had 63 versus 33 CS for Taeyun versus Light respectively. This game looked like it was just going to be an Ezreal pop-off and that Jin was never going to be able to do anything. And then you contrast how the game ends, where it's 17-18-4, the final kill score, and Weibo never seemed to be in too much trouble. A little bit of a problem where Taeyun can't push the pace of the game, and I do think that actually Crisp in this game, my MVP for how well he was able to perform, not just because he found some really solid team fights, but also I think that those couple of interrupts on the top side we saw, as well as just the amount of nuisance that he was able to bring to those team fights, really gave him a very, very good position. And honestly, for me, he was the best player and the reason that Weibo were able to win.
And we'll see if Chris does end up gaining that Player of the Game award, but I want to focus back on what you talked about earlier and kind of simplify, dumb down how different of a game plan for WE can, out of the early game, can turn into two very different realities. It's a lot more complex than this, but game one, what was it? It was Xiaohu, you're getting ulted on by a Taliyah and a Pantheon constantly in lane phase. It's Xiaohu that we're going to put behind and make irrelevant, and that made it very hard for Weibo to play out. This game, you're putting a Jin that can really play supportive with just snares and long-range curtain call slows behind, and you're letting Xiaohu on a Victor, another kind of like scaling, wants to play comfortable in lane pick, just do his own thing. And what did we see happen in this game?
Yeah, we saw the Victor take off. We saw the Victor take over as well. And it's always good to see Xiaohu performing. I think that this split has actually been, for me and for what I've seen from Xiaohu, he's been really, really positive. Not necessarily been one of the weaker points of Weibo, but there are definitely some instances where he's still causing problems for other teams, equally still causing problems for Weibo as well. But I do think that you can see in this damage graph, yeah, Light did nothing this game, but he was along for the ride.
You know, all he had to do, maybe this was how the comms went. It was like, all right, Light, listen, this game, this lane phase, not your fault. There's not much more you ever really could have done to prevent what Monkey dished out for you. Let's just hit some deadly flourishes. Let's find some good snares, some good slows, and, you know, Papa Xiaohu will bring home the game for us.
Yeah, I mean, look at those kill participations for WE. Now, you have to remember that they had 4 kills total this game. Karis got to be a part of one of them, but Cube, this game, he only died right at the very end when he got caught out. He was just farming PvE the entire game, and the game got lost around him, so it was a very quintessential top lane experience for him. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to have those impact in team fights either. And this is when WE already have a bit of an advantage, but you can kind of see that this was them being a little bit too aggressive, letting Tien get way too close to them before they went for a turn to stop them from fighting.
And you called it out in draft too, right? Monkey wants to be a big playmaker with the Skarner. He gets in the early game, but you pick this full tank jungler into a Trundle, and Tien, I mean, he obviously doesn't click R on anybody else the rest of this game. And how many times did Monkey try these engages? I mean, it's all three of these last plays. All right, I'm gonna try and kill Tien. Redemption. I'm stealing your HP, and now your entire team's dead.
And it's really solid. I think that Tien actually spent his time really wisely with his Subjugate, because he always waits for the charge up of the Impale before he uses it. So it's like, okay, I'm not going to commit Subjugate until you decide that we're actually tussling here. And if neither of us ulti, I'm just going to win because I'm Trundle and you're a Skarner. So another double stun there by Crisp, once again, just highlighting this as the LPL observers doing Karis very dirty. And making sure that actually there's never really any world where WE can take these fights and can never actually kill Tien.
No more apparent than in this final fight too. And for how much we talked about WE really committing towards their draft style and winning a game that they kind of took over earlier on, for talking game time wise, sub 30 wins are what I actually label as dominating in the LPL. Weibo gets the edge in their one game for sure.
Yeah, and you know, they did dominate, right? We talked about the early game being pretty much WE running the Rift, but we got to that mid game, and honestly, the second that WE had to start making some choices about how they wanted to push the pace of the game, they were completely lost and they fumbled very heavily. We will have to see in game number 3 who can come out on top and whether Weibo try to adapt to their drafts. But player of the game coming up, my vote for Crisp, but we'll see if it's somewhere else.
There we go. All right, yeah. Crisp gets it. Bard respect, gotta love it. Crisp's first MVP, a part of the new squad here, pairing up for Weibo and trying to help them up the standings here, as we've talked so much about Team WE at the bottom, trying to avoid an unfortunate Group Nirvana matchup. But as Rudu pointed out of the game 2, Weibo, you get to 4-4. You're really not that far away from a current IG, a current standings AL, and you're right in front of a JDG. So a torrential pace in the second round robin could get you out of the play-ins and into a whole different category. But what we're going to focus on now is our final game of tonight's LPL slate action here. Team WE, do they get to 2-7? Do Weibo get back to 500? All that will be decided in one final game. But before that, one final draft. And before that, another break that we'll see you guys on the other side of. Welcome everybody back to the LPL English unofficial broadcast as we wind down our night with WE and Weibo, each at 1 game apiece here. Games 1 and 2 doesn't really matter too much, Rude Dude, except for the fact we get rid of all those champions. What matters now is who can get over the hump that's really been the bane of one of our squads, Team WE, closing out 3 game sets with a win.
Yeah, it's another WE series that we send to 3 games, and another one where we get to see some really good stuff from them, and then ultimately get to see some not so good stuff from them as well, where they kind of fall flat on their face. And I mean, this second game where they lost, again, we got to see all the bright spots of Monkey, but then we saw nothing else after 10 minutes, and we need a little more drive from them, I think, Slayer, if we're being honest.
It's rarely the early game that we are critical of with WE. The only time we're really critical is where Monkey and Vampire are just like running amok, disrespecting, maybe wave positions or, first rotate positions. But they always find a way to get some area ahead and someone put behind. It always comes into how do you transfer this? How do you push the lead? Continue pushing the issue? Because WE are not a team that drafts scale comps to play slow. So we don't even need to have that conversation.
No, they're not. That's maybe my favorite description of them, to be honest. But even still, if they, try and draft some of these scaling compositions, they try and play it fast. Either they end up being a composition that's super far ahead and they feel good, or we're in a really bad spot where they've tried to fight early, where their comp cannot fight, and then they get snowballed on and lose. So there's a 50-50 moment, really.
We'll have to see what sort of coin flip they bring here, right, Rude Dude? But as we get set for this Game 3 draft, we don't have all the Fearless Stout champions on our table, but, recollecting on those 2 last games as we move into this draft, with WE likely on blue side, they will be. What champions not Fearless Stout bring a lot of priority? Gwen's the first one, but
allegedly
that one's
Callista.
Allegedly Callista. Oh, I love this. Cube Scion ban. Respect. That guy's win rate is way too high on that champion.
From the top rope, the Callista ban, like literally out of nowhere. To get it off of Light's hands, I mean, he has played I think he's played a game already this season on it, but even still, game number 3 is a time for slightly deeper pockets in terms of champion pools. Looking at our junglers again, with our majority AD champs off the board, you've still got picks like Jarvan Nocturne. Xin Zhao has been still available as well. So Jarvan Nocturne, Xin are your go-tos, and where we're looking at with top lane already, Gwen taken out of the equation. So could be delving a little deeper into those picks as well.
Zir going to be the last band to come through here, so Xin Zhao remains very apparent in this game, but so does LPL Kai'Sa. Had a high regard until last week. We did see some Kai'Sas take some L's, but still renowned around the space.
Okay, so an engaged support already mandated, really, by WE. They had their fun with Ezreal Karma, now they're saying, okay, we're going to go and we're going to do it the right way, do it the LPL way almost, and force an advantage through that bot lane once again. Again, first pick of the junglers was WE's, but they opted for this Kai'Sa. Instead, Weibo go straight away for that Xin Zhao, the premier pick left up and available. And now what are they going to look to take? An early mid laner, top laner maybe? Trying to think of those highly prized mid lane picks. Still got things like your Annie, like your Galio as well, that could very easily pivot to an all-in comp for Weibo.
Fearless has really thinned out the Xiao Hu herd by this point. I would think, top 3 champions have seen him play the most in Split 3 by this point. Aurora, Victor, and Orianna got to be pretty close up towards that top 3 space. So I like that they're just getting him the Annie, very simplistic, can be punished in lane, but the long-range auto attacks make it hard for it to happen unless there's a jungler presence coming online. I think this is a safe pick for Xiao Hu to be able to impact the game outside of the early game phase where Weibo have felt most potent, especially in that last game. There's your engage support, though, you're asking for, Root.
Yeah, and importantly as well, with the Victor taken off the board, the answer to the Annie that we typically see is also nullified in the previous Fearless format. But you are quite right, the Rel comes in for the Kai'Sa, so something to help set up for Taeyun to get back into that backline. And a Renekton taken early on here by Cube, so a stable top lane presence. But it does mean that that jungle pool, once again, open to getting pinched. Looking at that second round of bans, your Jarvans, Nocturnes still could be something to be taken off the board, and I think especially up against a Annie who's immobile, could see an immobile AD carry locked in here for Light. Looking at, maybe even something a bit deeper like a Jinx, but Lucian could also be the contest as we move into the second round of picks. They elect to take topside instead, and they are going to match the Renekton with a Jace, a very volatile matchup, but one that can be quite handily dealt with. As the Jace, the second the Renekton hops on in, you just hammer form E him out away.
Exactly. This top lane matchup is fun because it's a lesson in respecting space up against the Jace and respecting the all-in for the Renekton side of it. Love the Olaf ban. That's Monkey special that he likes to go towards. We saw him pull out a Game 2 win almost single-handedly in a lot of aspects up against BLG playing this one. So that one gets out of the way. Get rid of some dash champions. I feel like WE may be setting up for that Jarvan you were calling out here. Lucian's off the board. You have no dash Ezreal here. You have no Corki here. Not a lot of AD carries with the reliable dashes that are going to be left up.
And then just looking really at what the composition for Waver wants to do here. A little bit already confused because you've got some really good go in and engage potential between the Xin Zhao and the Annie. But then on the flip side, you've got Jace, who kind of wants to play at range, has the option to go in if necessary, but more typically used for that poke. So we'll see what it is that Waver round out their composition with the Rel already locked in. You know what you're playing up against. Could go for a Braum if you want to, and make it so that you are beginning to be this full sit-back pivot sort of kite composition. Which, again, it's possible with the Jace and with the Brahms to try and absorb some engages, but that does relinquish some of what your Annie and your Xin Zhao want to do. So it's not a complete identity switch up for Waver, and they might just be able to do two things, not necessarily do either one of them super effectively. As we're looking at WE's comp, who are all dive, right? Like, they are just going to go forward regardless of what they've drafted. And I think that, you're looking at the picks that we could see here. Jarvan and Nocturne still both available. We even have Vi, again, another pick that just takes down a target. But you haven't banned Xayah. And I think that if you lock in this Vi here, it's just an insta-slam for Xayah for Light.
I like you're manifesting it through word of mouth here, dude. There just can't be another pick, and it will come across. It's very fun. I do want to point out really quickly, very funny that we had 2 games from NIP where they played, in those 2 games, their mid-jungle played Pantheon Taliyah and Vi Galio. So WE have now played Pantheon Taliyah, win. Vi Galio, if you want to go off this this line of thinking, like NIP, should be a win.
I'm skeptical for WE.
I agree.
Because they have... Weibo decided to pivot their composition after R1, R2. So they have this Xin Zhao Annie duo who can function when they're being dove on, right? Don't get me wrong. Xin Zhao, really happy, but he kind of prefers to be the one creating space as opposed to having to take it back, let's say. Annie as well, being dove on, if she doesn't get one shot, can do things in a team fight with Tibbers walking around as well. But I really want to keep our eyes on Light. Like, he is just the quintessential carry for this team once again. He's got the peel offered open to him by the Braum, the ability to stun people coming on in, and that Feather Storm as well is just such a useful tool for him. If he gets targeted by the Vi, targeted by the Galio, he can pop that go to safety and then maybe start to reset the fight.
Headline here for me, out of draft, Weibo have answers to what WE are bringing. You mentioned the Annie, the Xayah, but even this top lane, I think Jace can slow down the Renekton that needs to spike mid-game and really be a nuisance constantly side laning if Breathe can have his way in this matchup that we have him favored in and highlighted in our pre-show. But all that is behind us. What is now a final game on Summoner's Rift and a final round of Jaios.
That's woefully underwhelming.
Jaios weren't, though. Both sides still very passionate, knowing that the series hinges completely on this final game. As we get our look at our computer database saying that Weibo are the team to try and beat in the early phase.
Yeah, so early stages, Gonna have Weibo coming out on top, but then as we get a little bit later on, I think the point and click for WE might be able to do enough to take down some of the other members of Weibo Gaming, and then the eyes are on Light. I do think that importantly for WE, they have got a lot of targets that they can focus. For example, Breathe, Xiaohu, I do think that both of those are going to struggle. If they get jumped on, if this Vi Galio combo is to be successful, the issue then is that Light is going to be free hitting that whole time, and that can cause its own problems. So we'll see whether or not Weibo can address those, or whether WE are going to be able to run through this early game, maybe a little bit anti what the bot had established.
Speaking on that bottom lane, instead of the bot predicting how the lanes play, we've seen a lot of Taeyun and Vampire in good spots to trade aggressively. The Israel Karma of last game, markedly a big spot. They are in a bit of a different territory because early game, I think both the value of Xayah into Kaisa is massive, and then Braum with those concussive blows stacking can really shut down Vampire as well. So Taeyun and Vampire, I think, have to exercise a lot of caution in this lane. As I say that, though, they do get level 2 first, so that's a good start for a Kaisa that, again, is one of the weakest AD carries in lane phase.
Yeah, and for me that's somewhat surprising as well, right? Braum theoretically a really good answer to the Rel Kaisa in the laning phase as well. Notoriously, like you say, quite weak and definitely punished by the Xayah. So then getting level 2 first down on that bot side is a very big boost for WE, and not something that we would have anticipated should be allowed to happen. But I'll be interested to see what Taeyun goes for. We see a couple of AD carries opting into, things like Terminus and going more on-hit style after their first 2 items. We also see some people still sticking to the tried and true AP flex after those couple of items have been finished off.
Tien taking a page out of his jungle counterpart here, being a nuisance on early first clears. Doesn't become the wind becomes lightning, but Monkey's going to face check the brush, and Tien wants to dash back in, gets the first knock up. Red buff advantage towards Monkey, and another nice dodge, another W out of Tien. C is on a ward, and he's going to commit onto the blue buff, and Monkey goes for the wrap, but Xiaohu has first beat towards this topside jungle. Monkey going to blast cone over. No, he's not just going to let his buff go quietly into the night, but he's going to get stunned up. Tien going to look for the engage with the flash taunt. Flashed away by Tien expertly as he dashes back in, but the knockups do layer. Monkey very low, has to flash himself out of the wind, becomes lightning. And with Breathe having first track, all of that expended for a blue buff steal, classic LPL fashion. This Vampire now has to burn another summoner. So that is 3 flashes gone in about 15 seconds from WE.
Early play going very well for Weibo there on the top side. Karis with a double flash in. Immediate flash out from Tien, not to get caught up in the taunt. Keeps himself safe and actually is able to secure that blue buff as well. So it's just a steal away. It's just a win for Weibo, even though it looks like a little bit of time wasted. Able to steal away that buff, and will go back to his own side of the map and secure all of that as well. What we didn't really get to take too much stock of during all of that was actually that Breathe was the difference maker. WE were forced to go back to base because this Jace got the first move out of topside. Because Cube was left under his turret and not able to follow the Jace, that meant that Weibo were able to stay in the jungle, take it without control or without too much contest.
Jace, hold on, engage on the Xiaohu. Taunt, stuns, layering. Xiaohu though has stun, and there's just not enough damage between a Galio and a Rel.
Yeah, I mean, once again, look at all the damage that they've built up. We have a Null Magic Mantle and a Doran Shield,
Holy
and then
smokes.
a Ruby Crystal. Fortunately for Xiaohu, Molten Shield is able to keep him out and keep him safe enough in that mid lane. Wise of him not to burn his flash as well. Drake, though, live down on that bot side, and again, to highlight something that should not be happening at all, Taeyun with an unexpected advantage in this bot side duo. He's gone back to base, picked up a cull, and has actually picked up a couple of really solid waves of experience, a CS advantage as well. But sorry, the call for light, I should say, is going to slow down the way in which the Kaisa can get to that pace and maybe give the Xayah a bit more acceleration into the mid game.
Despite the damage boost over towards Taeyun right now, it's still the push for light in Crisp, as they are the much scarier 2v2, and Tien is going to lean on that bottom lane and go through the motions perfectly. Bot wave shoved under turret, Light and Crisp pop up towards that Drake and secure that one. Monkey is going to go fishing for a camp steal. He's going to find the chickens in trade here. As WE's bottom lane have no business trying to stop this dragon. They have no business trying to stop this dragon.
Do take a good chunk out of Crisp's HP bar and probably reaffirm themselves control over the spot side. But I'm once again, I'm really scared for the WE composition just because Braum absolutely destroys everything that they're looking to accomplish. You have 5 divers going into the backline and just getting stunned by concussive blows by the Jace, who's going to be able to immediately trigger that with the W, by a Xayah who's going to have an attack speed steroid, and a Xin Zhao as well, who can immediately look to stun and knock up after the fact. If we get to see these big 5 versus 5s and WE are entering them when they've got any semblance or without any semblance of a gold lead, that's when they're going to struggle.
Oh, wow. All right. Over-index topside, 1 versus 3. Breeze gonna get stunned up. Dominus pop flashes away from the stun onto Cube, and the wave is gone. And that TP, notice the support, used for nothing. Yep.
Is unfortunate for WE. They were committing onto that top side. They do burn Breathe Splash. So with any luck, they can look to rinse and repeat that.
Not right now, though, guys. Not right now. You don't have a wave. You don't have a Dominus Renekton. You have a heal and a Vampire that's going to die. Breathe is not going to unless he takes one with him. And Cube's Flash also expended. A lot used.
Yeah, they knew that they were happy for Vampire to die, and I actually liked that Vampire sacrificed his life there, as now Xiaohu, is he just going to tank the turret here?
I mean, he has Tibbers. He can drop it onto 2 members. Vault Breaker, there's the stun, hits both members. 1 kill for Xiaohu, but a Hero's Entrance is coming across. Good flash out, but Xiaohu takes up the turret, eats the taunt, and Karis is able to answer the roam in space. Ooh. Great flash from Crisp over to hit the nice Q there. It's actually a win for Weibo. Crisp is picking up right where he left off after his first MVP performance of the split in Game 2.
Flash in, smashes him with a Winter Spite. Lovely stuff. That was really well played by Crisp, and a great collapse by Weibo in the long run. As Breathe is able to take a 1-for-1, Xiaohu's able to close out and find another one, and now Vampire able to Ferromancy out to safety, but for Weibo, starting off this game nice and strong, and again, their composition just does so well as this game gets later. WE going to be really struggling to find access to this Xayah, and I think that Light is that linchpin for this squad.
Here's another spot where we're just worried about WE. They aren't in a spot to really contest these grubs. They don't win the fight, and here's Weibo showing why. This Vampire's health bar is extinguished. There's the Killer's Instinct, they'll back over, they're going to turn it on its head, Tien goes down, the dive threat of WE showing up here as we now get into a pretty awkward and audacious 3 versus 3. Karis waiting on the Winter Spite, he's going to go in, land 1 top, but he does get stunned back up, and you're allowing for Light to just stack lethal tempo, set up for a big Feather Storm. The Blade Callback is going to hit on a Monkey, the stun lands, Vault Breaker gonna buy him just enough space, but WE stayed around way too long there.
And they're punished for it. Slayer losing out on their mid laner as well. Karis eating forward, and if you don't hit somebody with that Justice Punch, it's so difficult to actually try and find any form of fight afterwards. A one-man taunt, really not enough in that situation. And you can just see the power that the Braum provides in this instance. He walks up as the solo frontline, and then when Vampire goes in, he's immediately shoved back out. Really well-timed present guard by Tien. It is unfortunate that he gets traded back onto him. Karis uses the flash to chain that CC. But then you've got Blue Buff blocking all of these skill shots and sort of acting as a 4th member for both of these sides. As soon as you go back in here as Karis, you've already signed your own fate. Light with the ulti knows that he's got nothing to really be worried about, and even weaves a QE combo in at the end there. So he's able to find the route onto Monkey, force that flash out to safety as well. Really solid performance from Weibo Gaming, and with that double kill on that fight for Light, he's going to be accelerated toward that Yuntao. Going to be very happy with his state and his phase in the game, despite the fact that the gold lead only 1k.
It's an uncomfortable spot to be in for WE, who we've highlighted as a team that is so predicated on early game advantages and kind of just looking to snowball through a lot of their game wins. It's been few and far between where they're able to come back from an early deficit, because they usually just get really desperate really quickly, Rudu, to try and force those same plays that look really flashy and nice when you're ahead.
Yeah, and then when you're behind, it loses you the game even faster as well. Which, you know, maybe it may end up being the cause, may end up being the reason for why they're going for it, but the only way out is through for this WE composition. They're not a comp that can sit back and wait to be engaged on and hopes to win like that. It's, you have to keep Vi ulting, you have to keep Galio ulting, you know, the procedure doesn't change as Taeyong's now caught.
Knock up, sees an assist turn, Crescent Guard, Taeyong's gonna have to ult if he wants to get in to hit onto this Sin Sal, but look at Light's damage. The Yundal difference as you coined it, Rude Dude, and he's looking to make more problems for Taeyong. The Blast Cone saves him for now, but now Breathe has arrived, and Xiaohu, if he guesses right with this W, is a free kill, and oh, he's gonna miss the W. Okay, all right, it's a kill, they got it. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, and I mean, even still, like, that fight is so clearly won by Weibo. For WE, this game just gets harder and harder every time they go for a fight. And it doesn't work out for them, the game gets that much more difficult, and it means that the next fight they have to execute on even better, and at a certain point, it just does not become particularly possible. I don't think we're there yet. I do think that WE still have a bit of time to try and find their way back in, but they're going to need to wait for another cease and desist and another go-round with these cooldowns. Vi without the Galio there, you can see particularly underwhelming. The second that Monkey jumps in, he gets hit by a Vi Q, he gets by a Braum Q, gets CC, gets stunned, then gets rooted, and the entire time Light's just unchecked.
The value of this R5 is just so extreme. It was a worry for us when the Vi came through into the Xayah. And while most, you know, fed 80 carries out of an early game, you could routinely look to try and punish, right? Commit on a dive comp, commit a lot towards him. It's just the worst 80 carry to have to try and shut down with the Xayah. Anyone else, you know, like Lucian, a Jinx, a Zeri, even when they're mobile-ish, they still are a threat to die with summoners down, but Xayah ult is just, it's just different than the rest. And well, so is Light's damage right now. That's Vampire flashing away from one Winter's Bite stun landed.
So the bright side here for WE is that they looked really good in game one. And if we look at how we think they're going to do in the play-ins, they could do very well. And I think that for WE, they always show us really good bright spots. And they always show us that there is a world where they can beat the best, literally the best teams in their series up against BLG. They took 2 games off of them in one in each of those series, but they're just not able to convert on these series wins in Ascend. Now looking for maybe another play down on this bot side instead just to defend, but like, with 13.5 minutes in, the plates are still up, and it feels like even though this gold lead is, you know, by no means astronomical, it's 2k in total, just the way that the compositions are going to look to function is so much more difficult to see function and to see any real success for WE come through.
Just feels like Crisp is always in the right spot on this problem. Wherever WE are looking to make a play, oh yeah, sure, you're going to dive onto Breathe. Okay, I'm going to make sure that he's able to trade. Oh, you're going to look for another bot side play overload with Monkey. Oh, Crisp is there. You called out how he is petrifying to this WE draft, but if he's not in the right spots to use that Braum, it doesn't really matter. That's not the case. Crisp has just been locked in, following around these main engaged tools for WE. You're seeing it right now. Monkey and Vampire on the top side. Crisp is there.
Importantly, he's there as well with that first item picked up. The redemption we saw Crisp take in game number 2 was really solid for slowing down how quickly WE could push through a fight. And again, it's the same sort of token that we get to see from the support of Weibo in this second game. You highlighted that he's everywhere. I mean, the kill participation shows that, highest on his squad, 6 of 7. Of those kills, Crisp has been there to help out, to contribute in some way. Now Weibo looking forward, 2,500 gold lead, looking to take this Rift Herald. They've got 2 Drakes already, with their soul point spawning in 90 seconds. If they can find this Herald nice and quickly, then start to push themselves toward that Dragon. How they want to play out the next couple of minutes, but importantly, I think we've hit Q Evolve for Taeyong now, so
yep,
we might be waiting on one more level, in fact, before that actually does come through. It's very close with that pickaxe in the inventory, but this is free time for Breathe right now. He's going to get this turret uncontested, and look at what's happening on the rest of the map for WE. What are they getting here, Slayer?
Yeah, it's so nice to see Breathe get to lock this Jason and play, again, what we highlighted he does best, we feel like. He's such a great he understands so greatly how to play the side lanes, when his windows are to step up, when he has to back off, and how him being a threat on the other side of the map, like you called out, WE thought they were postures for a Rift Herald. They have to scatter Q back down to pick up that wave, and that ushers the rest of Weibo in with the inside track towards the Rift Herald. But they are on a ward, and Monkey is going to try and make it an issue. Can he get over the wall, though, in time before Tien secures it? No, Tien's going to pick it up. They get feats of strength, and now they're even looking for the engage on a Vampire. Here is the dive combo coming across, though. But Light, he pops the Featherstorm again. It's too hard to kill this damn Saya. And now all of Weibo are going to just crush down WE like that. It's a triple kill over to Breathe, and this game might just already be over.
Yeah, like I said, that the power of this Braum pick, the power of this Xayah pick is just too high. WE, they decided to go for a full dive composition, and instead of looking for the Xayah ban, they went for a Lucian at some stage as well. Look on the left-hand side, I think the observers are going to show this. They prioritized Vi Galio combo, but Xiaohu, or is it Breathe? Somebody hits the cone as the hero's entrance is started. Oh. So they don't get the CC chain. Light gets to call the Featherstorm, and yes, Taeyun dives in, but they just can't do nearly enough damage. The Galio's not a factor, and unfortunate positioning from Karis catches himself off guard, and really well played once again by Breathe. One cone has single-handedly disrupted the entire fight for WE.
Now the mad scramble's on for WE. I mean, they're chasing in a jungle that they have no business being near. Monkey flashes back out. Vampire also committing all these flashes. Defensive flashes from a dive comp. It's never boding well. But look at this flank coming out from Xiaohu and Light on the back end. Monkey and company are pouring onto Tien, who flashes back out, but they are being wrapped and packed in like a treat for Weibo to feast on after they lock down this series win. Here comes another banging fight for Weibo Gaming.
4 for 1. They sacrificed Tien, but the only member to get out is Vampire, and look where he's recalling on the minimap, outside the base of Weibo. They're leaving him out of mercy to tell the story of his fallen comrades. And I hope that we get a replay of that fight, and I hope that we get to see Light splash once again, because it paints the perfect picture for this game and for this series as well. The tier 2 turret down on the bot side will fall. Herald in their back pocket meant that Weibo never really struggling to get through this. And WE just consistently have to keep going for these fights. It may seem like they're trolling, like they're griefing, but I cannot emphasize how much worse this game gets the later it goes. This is their best chance to fight. It is always right for WE to fight to get themselves back into this game. The longer they wait, the longer they let Light scale up, the worse it will get for them. Xiaohu flashing in, you can see, finds a really good stun, but the mechanics of this don't matter. Light's flash here. Karis, he charges up Justice Punch. Light flashes on top of him so he can't get out to safety.
Do you know how good things have to be going in a game if your AD carry is flashing to cancel dashes with his body? That is a cardinal sin of any AD carry, but when you're up, like Weibo are up, why not?
And I mean, like I say, I said it in the replay, I'll say it again. There is no bad time for WE to fight. They're down 8k gold. But the game doesn't get easier from here. They're just going to get consistently, perpetually outscaled. They can't just sit and wait.
It's a paradox.
For Weibo to wait for the game to be over, right? Like, Weibo are just going to win if they stay like this, and WE have got to go for those plays every single time.
Yeah, I mean, Cube should get a bountied up tier 1 turret on the bot side. Don't look top side. Yeah. No, we don't need to point that out. There's definitely not 3 members here for a tier 1 turret for WE.
They might go for tier 2.
Yes.
It's the hope.
That is a hope. I will label it that. Can I interest you in a much faster traded tier 2 turret for the guy with way too many items to burn through it? Oh, there's Breathe.
Yeah. And
Demolish, of course. Yeah. Because why not?
And potentially Tien and Light as well.
Oh, they're gonna get a 2-for-1 special here, dude. Look at this, mid tier 1 turret or tier 2 turret now.
Okay. You know what? They're getting gold. They're getting gold, right? And again, they have to do something. If they just sat and tried to play standard, trade on lanes, they'd lose. That's just the way that this game would go. They're looking to try and see if there's a TP angle for Karis, and Vampire ghosting Poland. What are you doing, buddy?
Boom!
Okay. Yeah,
turn into dust.
that one was not advised. I can understand trading the tier 2 turrets. That one, I'm less inclined to say that there was reasoning behind.
Breathe, that's a pink ward, man. All right. Just walks through that one. Breathe, there's some more pink wards scattered about. They know he's in that bush. They have too many wards.
Here we go, here we go.
All right. All out for Breathe. Killer Instinct, all the dashes. 3 members on top of Breathe. There's an 1,000 gold shutdown over to Monkey. They set the trap and sprung it, but now there's no way out. They are way too deep in enemy territory, so they're just going to fight their way back out. They actually get Xiao stunned up and locked out, but here comes Life in a funnel. It's just a flurry of feathers and kills scrapped up by the Weibo carry. Weibo 80 carry. Karis and Vampire are the only ones to get out, but hey, that's a win for WE. Those are some juicy shutdowns they were able to grab.
Do you know what? That's a win for WE. Somehow still, they will probably take that. They got 2 kills. They lose out on 3. And the shutdowns that Monkey just got, you know, not too bad. I don't think they know. I think Vampire, are they going for a long play? This
is a really long play.
He's cooking something up.
There we go.
All
It's
right.
back towards the recall. And that's a Chemtech soul. Is this the earliest soul ever? This is gonna be 22 and a half minutes. Do we have statisticians to get on that?
It's definitely very early. It's definitely very early. And this is the engage that needed to work. You can see Karis, instead of using his ulti to follow up, he uses his flash and his taunt, which actually ends up boding quite well because he can then use the hero's entrance for when people actually commit onto Taeyoon, who here, you know, caught between turrets. Never mind, Karis is dead.
Oh, caster curse.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. All right, here comes the next siege. Is Weibo are not going to look to slow down whatsoever. They don't really care about either of their wave states. Yeah, and they're like, okay, let's see how many more turrets.
Would you like our Nexus? I can interest you in a Nexus for a tier 1 turret.
Guys, our Nexus turrets respawn now, okay? It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Taeyoon, yeah, you can channel your back now. There's nothing to worry about here. No, we've got our base covered. Cube, yeah, it's fine. You're going to get Taeyoon his reset. Guys, Taeyoon's back in base. All right, let's look to find where did our Nexus go.
One more wave, one more chance.
All right, there's the turret gun. Our Nexus is exposed. Now we shall fight with Vampire and the hero's entrance. But where did Vampire go? He's dead. Killer Instinct on the back line. Nice kill picked up, though. They do finally kill off Light, but it's just too little too late. The rest of Weibo are way too far ahead, and they are silencing the Game 1 shouts from WE. Weibo moved to 500 in group percent.
23 minutes 48 or something like that on the timer at the end. That was a demonstration of demolition by Weibo Gaming. An absolute slaughter in the back half of this series. Like, Game 2, WE had a little bit of something to bite about in the early game. Game 3, Weibo just slapped them around, to be honest.
I have a perfect way to describe how this Weibo series. By Game 3, much like our awesome producer Kai figuring out my camera, Weibo figured out WE when it mattered most.
Yeah, they really stood no chance, unfortunately, and this is why I'm excited by Weibo for games like this, where in 23 minutes they have a soul, they can't get Baron, but they've got pretty much everything else to go for as well, and any time that there's a play being made onto them, they are respecting it, but they're also responding to it as well, and that they really don't let anything go unpunished. I don't quite know what Weibo are going to be looking at from that game specifically, because they were pretty convincing throughout, but they did do a really good job at just making sure that despite all of the weird Hail Marys that WE went for, they never actually lost out on a play.
Rude, the execution was there. We already talked about that. We're going to talk endlessly about that. Where do you scale this from 1 to 10 on draft gap?
Again, like it's probably like a 7 or an 8 for that it is for WE. But I think that WE could have done other things, right? Play around or play away from the Braum. As difficult as Chris made that. They shouldn't be looking to commit onto the Xayah. They should be looking to commit onto the Annie, onto the